right, folks, I have 9 o'clock. If everybody's ready, we will call this meeting to order. And I appreciate everyone coming out on this beautiful rainy morning. All right, God bless the rain. We certainly need that around here. So thanks everybody for being here for this work session and our budget discussions. First item of business, I will ask for an approval of today's agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second it.
Have a motion to second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. And with that, we will proceed with our second item on the agenda, which is a public hearing for Birch Environmental to pursue grant opportunities. And we have David Twiggs with us this morning. David, thank you for being here, and you're going to walk us through some of the formalities of what you need to be doing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And this public hearing, again, is a requirement that's actually they're very prescriptive on what has to be in here, so it's not, it's going to be a little dry. I'm going to try to move through it fairly quickly on that. That doesn't mean if you have questions, if the council has questions, just let me know at that point in time. We'll open it up to general questions at the end. Does everybody have an agenda? If there's some out there, a public hearing agenda.
One item, and again, we talked about this at our previous meeting. This is not technically a public hearing of our council, or is it? And should we call the public hearing to order?
Well, it is a public hearing, but it's for Birch Environmental's
Right.
purpose of pursuing these
I'm
grants.
just looking from the legality of running this meeting. Do we need a motion and a second to enter into public hearing, as we do our normal public hearings?
It would not hurt.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll entertain a motion.
Move into public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? At this time, we are in public hearing for this item to hear David Twiggs and the information he's brought forward in order for Cherryville to pursue grant opportunities. Thank you, David.
thank you. And everyone, I am going to move fairly quickly, and I bet pretty much only have a large meeting voice, so if I get too loud, tell me. But again, we have to go through a lot of these scripted things. So this public hearing on 4/28/26 will provide an explanation and description of the 25-26 North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Community Development Block Grant -I, called CDBG-I. We're gonna discuss for the purpose of the public hearing the city's application, and we welcome any citizens' views and will allow a response from the public to the funding proposals, answer any questions proposed by the citizens. This hearing will cover the community development needs as found in the project area, and that we will review the program compliance before submission of the city CDBGI funding application to the state. This application will be going in April 30th, so we're kind of right at the end of the program here. Okay, so our intent to apply. The city proposes to request funding NCDEQ CDBGI program for two projects: the Cherryville CDBGI water project and the Cherryville CDBGI sewer project. These proposed projects will meet the following community and housing needs of the city. The proposed will improve the quality of life for low to moderate income people by providing safe, clean environment and clean drinking water through water and sewer infrastructure improvements and the extension of the extensions of services where applicable. To benefit a residential area where at least 51% of the beneficiaries are low to moderate income as defined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, perform eligible activities, minimize displacement, and provide displacement assistance as necessary. I'll go ahead and say it, that later on we'll be certifying that there will be no displacement in this project, being a water and sewer project. For the fiscal year 25-26, CDBGI funding available is expected to be $28,000. It was approximately $28,000 in the fall round. There's about $28 million. There's about $10 million available for this spring round application. The maximum Available grant is $3 million over a 3-year period. Applications for funding will come in 4/30/26. The CDBG program can fund a wide variety of community activities. The state has chosen to fund several activities: water and sewer infrastructure, neighborhood revitalization, urgent need, and economic development projects that lead to job creation. The infrastructure program, which is what we're applying for, or CDBGI program, can fund a wide range of water and sewer infrastructures activities, including but not limited to projects that resolve water loss and distribution system projects that extend water to areas with contaminated wells, projects that extends water lines to areas with dry wells, projects that assist with low water pressure in public water systems, projects that regionalize 2 or more systems, projects that rehabilitate or replace a water treatment plant, and wastewater projects that resolve inflow and infiltration to collection systems and surcharges from pump stations and manholes, projects that extend public sewer to areas with failed septic tanks, and projects that rehabilitate wastewater treatment plants and allow greater efficiency and compliance. The project description and impact, I do have a change here for anybody that needs here. The city is seeking an amount of approximately $1,175,000 for the Cherryville CDBG water rehabilitation project. So we're at 875. We amended that since this paper come in to be able to make sure that we had the water enough water taps in that to replace parts of those. And the amount of the CDBGI funds for the Cherryville CDBG sewer system is approximately 1.8 million. And if you would, in taking the minutes, we're going to change the not to exceed in that sentence to approximately.
So the first number you read, David, the 875 is changed to 1.175 million.
What? Yes, sir, 1.175. And so I'll talk a little bit about the projects. The CDBGI Water Rehabilitation Project will replace aging and undersized galvanized water lines to improve systems and reliability, water quality, and fire protection within the project area. The existing galvanized lines have deteriorated over time, resulting in reduced flow, potential water quality concerns, and limited service capacity. On this, proposed improvements include installation of approximately 4,011 linear feet of new 6-inch PVC water lines, providing a modern and durable system that meets the current standards. The project will also replace, we're changing 27, this was the change on that, to approximately 105 lines from the water mains to the individual meters. We're not touching any of the private side of that. From the meter to the house remains the customers on that. But we will hook them back up on with that. That will also include new meter boxes. Our understanding was those meters were changed in the last few years, so there's no need to change those. But new meter boxes will improve that situation. To ensure consistent and reliable service connection, we're going to add 14 new fire hydrant assemblies installed to enhance the fire protection and provide adequate fire flow through the project. Just as an aside, well, most of these lines that we're looking at are 3/4 to 2-inch lines, and we've done over the last year. We've done potholing and looked at some of the things Jason has pulled out and replaced, and the tuberculin and the buildup on the inside. It's definitely cutting down water pressure and fire flow in those areas. So that'll be a very good improvement. The associated improvements include all the necessary fittings, valves, and T's, bends to support the system functionality, along with asphalt patching and site restoration through patching and seeding to return disturbed areas to the pre-construction condition. The proposed water system improvements will impact several residential streets throughout the project area: Howe Street, Putnam Street, Ray Street, Church Street, Brookwood Avenue, Hillcrest Drive, West First Avenue, remove Bond Street. We talked at Bond Street, there's already been a replacement of that section in through there. These locations contain existing 3/4 inch to 2 inch galvanized water lines that will be replaced to improve the system's performance, water quality, and service reliability for the surrounding households. The CDBGI sewer rehabilitation project will rehabilitate critical sections of the sanitary sewer collection system to address failing infrastructure, reduce I&I influent infiltration, and improve reliability for the residential service area. The existing system is comprised primarily of aging 8-inch terracotta lines. It's experienced structural deterioration, leaking joints, and recurring maintenance issues that contribute to the system's instability and increased risk of sanitary sewer overflows. The project includes cured in place relining of approximately 9,502 linear feet of sewer mains, the rehabilitation of 41 manholes, and the replacement of 105 service connections from tap to clean out, including the asphalt restoration. These targeted improvements will restore the structural integrity, elements, inflow sources, and extend the useful life of the system to minimize disruption. For anybody that's wondering, the CIPP is basically relining. It's cured in place pipe where you don't have to dig at the system. You just reline it in place.
And that's the same thing we did on Main Street when we did that.
Okay, by addressing systems deficiencies, the project will significantly reduce I&I in the area, improve hydraulic performance, and enhance compliance with NCDEQ standards. The project directly benefits residential households by providing more reliable sewer service and reducing likelihood of service interruption and protecting public health and water quality. The proposed sewer rehabilitation project will impact multiple streets throughout the service area: Howe Street, Putnam, Ray Street, Church Street. There's several segments on Church Street, North Stire Street, Hillcrest Drive, and West 2nd Street, Sunset Road, and Pine Grove Avenue. Additional improvements will occur along the sewer segment connecting Howe Street to the railroad corridor. There's what we call a backyard line associated with that too, where they basically had to go through that area on Putnam Street. These areas collectively represent the primary location of the aging 8-inch terracotta mains targeted for rehabilitation under this project. The proposed project by the city was identified as City of Cherryville Capital Improvement Plan, Asset Management Plan for 25 to 36. Informal community meetings held the project to inform citizens of potential projects. The total 100% of the CDBGI funding will be used to benefit low, moderate income. This is a change in how it's been done in the past, where you had to do individual surveys at people's house, knock on their doors, how much do you make? A very popular program. This year they've started a new program where we can use the census data. And this is census tract 306.02, and it's been determined to have an area-wide LMI, low moderate income percentage of 68.10%. The project area includes all areas within the city limits of the census tract. I believe that that census tract has 2 elements, and some of it goes outside the city. We're only looking at the portions inside the city there. In addition to these primary corridors, all residential properties located along the project streets will be directly impacted through water service line connections and sewer tap clean out. In sewer, it's the main line tap to the clean out. In water, it's the tap to the meter for all the homes in that area. Collectively, they'll target the aging infrastructure and the key residential. One of the things that we like to put in there a lot, what takes a beating in these types of systems are the clean out plugs, and they get buried so we wanted to make sure that we addressed all of those in the area. Okay, the range of activities covered by CDBGI funds for the 2 projects includes construction, environmental review, engineering design, construction, administration, and observation, legal activities, surveying, and grant administration. All of those are eligible. Not all of those may be included, but it's all part of the overall program. If awarded the grant, the city, if it's awarded the CDBGI grant, the city is required to adhere to programs, procurement requirements, and other federal regulations that include completion of the submittal for the environmental review. That's already in the budget in there. American with Disabilities Act, Section 504 self-survey, Davis-Bacon Related Labor Act, adoption of a citizen participation plan, which we'll handle through administration, adoption of an equal opportunity plan, adoption of submittal of the program's procurement policy, adoption of fair housing plan, affirmative further fair housing, adoption submittal of language access plan, adoption submittal of relocation assistance plan, adoption of Section 3 plan, excessive force provision, acquisition, demolition, and uniform relocation act, Build America, Buy America. All of those will not be an impact on this, but we can set up whatever. These are much more complicated than regular DEQ grants. There's more, but it also funds it at a higher level so that we can handle into that. All right, displacement and relocation. The city confirms that these projects will not cause any displacement or relocation. The state of North Carolina requires that if a city receives a CDBG grant funding, that the city will certify that they will comply with the requirements of the general displacement and relocation policy for CDBG grant funding. This policy assists low to moderate income people with costs associated with relocation or displacement. Should such relocation become necessary due to project activities, CDBG funds can be used for those costs if necessary. If no displacement and relocation will occur because of the proposed CDBG grant, then the city confirms that during this public hearing, and we have done so. Past CDBGI projects, City of Cherryville has historically utilized CDBG development block grants. The latest, such as the 2014 grant for $300,000 for expanding Carolina Care Center. These funds aimed at neighborhood revitalization and economic development are administered through North Carolina Department of Commerce or the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. All past CDBG grants have been implemented and administered according to required standard at the time each grant was awarded. Contact information or questions. The city will submit its CDBGI funding application for both projects, CDBGI water project and CDBGI sewer project on 4/30/2026. The application will be available during normal business hours for Cherryville from that point. Additional information is available from Bryan, and Bryan is also welcome to move to any of those questions, send those directly to us to handle that, but we have to have a city on there. During normal business hours at 116 South Mountain Street, Cherryville. Additional information can be available from Bryan City Manager at the same location. Should you have any complaints or grievances regarding the subject hearing, they should be addressed to the addressee above mentioned above within 15 business days, and a written response to those complaints or grievances will be sent by the city within 15 business days where practicable. So at this point in time, I'll open it up for any questions from the board or the public at this point in time.
Any questions from council? Any questions from anyone present today? Yes, sir.
On these projects, how will that affect the road infrastructure? Will the roads be repaved after this is done? Is that?
Yes, this it includes asphalt repaving of any places that are cut, and if there's any sidewalk cut, it'll come back to concrete. If there's any, where we're digging up the grass on people's service lines, that'll be reseeded and brought back to original condition.
Is the city maybe gonna resurface some roads when this happens?
No.
This is in this proposal, and in this what he just read. anything that's disturbed will be repaired to present
Right.
condition
To-
or prior condition.
Prior condition.
But this would not at all, funds for this grant would not be applicable for just general road maintenance or repair.
Right.
Right, what that would
There's
be.
no wholesale repaving of the roads, but it will be brought back to,
No, we are,
original
we
condition.
certainly will handle that separately, but not under the water sewer projects, right, so, okay, thank you, Mr. Wise. Anyone else, have questions? Questions, council, anything? The only question I had was just kind of a curiosity is, under item 6, the city of Cherryville has historically utilized the CBDG grants, and it refers to a 2014 grant. Have we not been subject or utilized other CDBG grants for water sewer projects in the last 12 years?
Not that I know of. I believe this was one that Carolina Care got when they done the addition at Carolina Care, and they had to create so many jobs through the addition to get this grant and qualify for it.
No,
We've applied for some, we hadn't won any
Yeah.
because we didn't have skin in the game is what we've been told, so
Right.
we've been trying to get there
Right.
And
Yeah.
that,
over the last couple of years.
that's also one of the reasons that we wanted to go ahead and put this in for, the spring round, which is the smaller round, and typically, but that doesn't guarantee us anything that we look at in through there by any means. It is a competitive grant. Probably part of the reason it's not utilized quite a bit is because it has been extremely cumbersome to use. And the application process, prior to them allowing us to use the survey data, it was manual walking and knocking on every door in the project area. And that, again, like I said, knocking on there and talking about income and all that kind of stuff is not something that typically works well down.
Better have your gun with you.
Yeah, where I'm from, that doesn't work. That doesn't work well.
They were telling us that our water rates were too low, right?
Yes.
That's a challenge, and to be honest though, that's a challenge, cause we looked at it and we're gonna be, with y'all's approval, we'll be putting in some what we call the regular spring application. And that's a challenge, on being competitive is having the lower rates because, I don't believe you reach the 70th percentile, which is where you can bring, where they start doing principal forgiveness. Now, the other thing that we can look at as we write some of these grants, is we never know, we talk with your staff and we try to find the best projects, the most needful projects, because you may get zero forgiveness, but you might get a 0% loan on a project. It's about creating choices and options that you can look at going on down the road. But again, this is a challenging spot. It's just because of typically the rates in there. But those are things that you could look at later on. It's one of those things if you're managing your system and you feel like you're covering your longer term needs on that. And I'm not here to tell you to raise rates. I'm just going to tell you where we were competitive and where we weren't competitive.
And just remember, going forward, this is all part of the CIP plan that they presented several months ago. So there'll be additional rounds of this.
Oh, yeah, and I'm thrilled that we're doing this because I know I've seen in the past too many capital improvement plans and projects or identification of needs that sit collecting dust on the shelf and you don't follow through on them. So I'm glad that we're following through on it. It's just kind of surprising to me that we haven't had any significant kind of grants from this in the past 12 years. But again, to John's point and maybe Gary's point, there's reasons behind that, but we're addressing those. So.
And I only looked up your CDBG grant. I didn't look at other grants. You may have probably have gotten other grants.
But
during
not
that time
specifically
frame.
in the water sewer
Right.
Well,
situation.
you gotta remember too, from the state, we got the 1.6 million that we've been operating off
Sure,
of
sure.
here, finishing up a lot of these sewer projects specifically that we're doing. So that was some of the grants we got, and it was not near as many strings attached and as complicated as the CDBG.
Right. This is the most complicated one, but typically what I like to see in a town this size is we've identified our CIP plan. Now I call it building a capital stack. What is, we can pull some projects are better suited for some grants and some other programs. So now that we can pull and through that's important to update our CIP. Of course, we just did, but the next year so that we can follow those up with the different types of grants that may better suit us. But you want to get these in because from this standpoint, even though let's say from a rate standpoint we're too low and we get edged out, we will update this and continue it in the next cycle also. To me, once we've got this done, it's an asset to us that persistence, and then once you start building on some things, building on some smaller projects, they like to see, okay, we've got some stuff going down there. We'll sink a little bit more money, but this is all part of the long-term plan. Sure. So, okay. Anything else?
I do believe we had a CDBG grant way back, like in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Way back.
Didn't we have one on the sidewalks right there at Main Street? Yeah. About 2012, the sidewalk there on Main Street right there, at Main and Am, that sidewalk that connects all the way around to Academy, that sidewalk was through a CDBG grant.
All right, any other questions on this proposal or within the public hearing from council or otherwise? With that, I'll entertain a motion to exit public hearing.
Make a motion to exit public hearing.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor? We're now out of public hearing, so I'll entertain council's wishes on proceeding with application and pursuing these grants for the Cherryville Water Project and sewer projects.
I make a motion that we pursue this. It's very much needed.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion or further questions? All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, David, for being with us today.
Thanks so much.
Best wishes in getting this done, and I'm sure you'll get with Bryan and Mary Beth on what you need to get it submitted, correct?
Absolutely, and if any questions come up from anybody, you're welcome to pass them along to me.
Great.
So, thank you.
Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Stay safe in your travels.
Thank y'all for giving us, laying this out for us too.
Never leaving it
You want
behind.
these back?
No, ma'am.
You gave me.
No, ma'am.
Take your
I'm golden. That's all I need is more sugar.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'd notice that in about 40 steps. Thank y'all.
Thank you for detailing.
Oh, you're welcome.
Great.
Thank you, David.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
With that, we'll proceed to item 3 on our agenda, and we are pleased today to have Mr. Bryan Skiba with us with Gaston County. And we're here with us to discuss, as council has been reviewing, an interlocal agreement for the administration of the city of Cherryville's land development regulations. Mr. Skiba, would you like to come forward? And if you want to sit at the table and talk to us, you don't have to stand up unless you.
I mean, he was kind of excited thinking.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say something. So I was told if I came here, I got to stand behind the fire engine, but that's fine. We'll start out by lying to you.
He was excited about that.
That's fine.
Stay around here too long, Chief Heffner will put you to work on a real one out there. Well, Bryan, thank you for being with us this morning. And just for public and council's information, Brian Dalton and I have met with Bryan Skiba a couple times, and I know Brian's had many discussions. Both Brians have had many discussions otherwise, and we've been fortunate to meet with some of Brian's staff also. I know we had, was it Peyton and Jamie were with you last time you were in town, but anyway, all of this is related to kind of a discussion we've had for a few months, Mr. Dalton and I, about the county administering our planning and zoning regulations and our land use development plans. And I want to say off the bat, and I'll probably say it 20 times through this meeting and subsequent future meetings, this is not the city of Cherryville considering turning over our regulations and policies and rules to the county to come in and tell us what to do. This is strictly an administrative oversight, day-to-day, receiving applications, following through on permits of our existing planning and zoning regulations. Am I correct in that? Does that sum it up? Sum it up?
100%, and I'm.
But with that, I'll turn it over to Bryan to kind of give us a presentation, talk about what we've talked about, and explain how this relationship, and then we'll look at the actual interlocal agreement, but how the, just in general, the relationship will work if we proceed down this path.
Yeah, well, I'll kind of start where you left off, and I said, we do this for a couple other locations, some on a smaller scale and some on exactly the same scale as we're talking about here, and if I had to guess in the future, we will probably take over a few more doing it this way. It makes sense from a financial standpoint, which we'll talk about some, but the biggest thing that's always a worry is the control word. It's control. Gaston County will not be alleviating Cherryville of any of their control over what goes on in the town. You need to maintain control. You may see it differently than what outside would see it. You live here, you know what you want to see go on in your town, and so it would not take that ability for you to be able to control, i.e. approve zoning matters that come before you. And so to back up a little bit and to break down what the plan would be is so currently, and I'm gonna try not to get too far off into the weeds with this, but currently there is some state regulations that are out there called down zoning. The state passed some regulations a few years back that will not allow for zoning regulations to be decreased in a manner. So if I own a piece of property currently right now, you cannot change the zoning on it without my permission to where I can have less density on that property or less uses that I currently have. So currently we cannot take away your current zoning ordinance. It has to stay in place because we would have to change some of those to adopt our current, Gaston County's current ordinance. So you are going to keep the exact same ordinance that you currently have. We're just gonna come in and administer that ordinance. I have very well-trained staff, not that you did not before, but we just have more. I have electronic computer systems that accept all the plans. And so we're essentially open 24/7, 365 for your citizens to be able to put in applications and to get a response from somebody. We hope, and my hope for reaching out and doing this, because like I say, we do a little bit for Lowell, we do a little bit for Belmont. When citizens and developers come in and want to develop, they're looking for a set of rules to play by, and they're looking for consistency. They really don't care what the rules are. They just don't want them to change. And they want to know how to put the application in. They want to know how to get through the process, and they want to get on down the road with what they're doing. To me, that's what we can provide is that consistency. They're already coming to us for building inspections for everybody. So we provide that consistency across the board, that ease of putting in applications, that ease of getting things looked at. And so that's really our hope, is to not take away control, but provide consistency. And so Manager Dalton and I had talked about this several times, even before, that if there was ever a need or ever a want, that we would be glad to come in. We do not charge the town a fee. All we do is collect the actual fees that we get from the permitting. We do require that whoever we do this for has to adopt our fee schedule, because we've got it based off of how long it takes us to actually issue a permit and who's actually working on it. It's just a cost recovery mechanism. It is not for us to make money off of it. So you would adopt our fee schedule. We would apply those fees, and then we would take care of everything else. We would incorporate your engineering group, your public works facilities people. That way we're making sure that we're getting everything looked at. To the mayor's point, I have several young ladies that have worked for some larger municipalities, so they are used to working in a municipality. They are used to functioning in a municipality. So this is even more their bread and butter than working in a county where we don't have the utilities. So more than capable of handling your area, and I think providing your citizens and you with a good service. I would say that we're also we're in the midst of rewriting our ordinance, updating it to new standards, getting all the legalities put into place that need to be put in, writing a long-range plan. And what I have offered is your ordinance is pretty old. Your long-range plan is pretty old. What I have offered is that I will let the town join into that rewrite as we're going through it, and we will set aside some area for Cherryville in our ordinance in the hopes that downzoning gets rescinded. That is my hope, is that the legislation is gonna do away with this downzoning. It has got the state stymied right now. And when that happens, we'll have a new ordinance that is ready to go, and we will adopt it, not only in Gaston County, but also Cherryville would have their section if you also choose to do so. Listening to just some brief conversations that we've had, I think it's time. I think there's some areas where y'all need to clean some stuff up, and so y'all could be a part of that with us. So
You explain what you mean by down zoning?
yes, sir. So I'll break it down to just a real world. So let's say right now you own a piece of property that is a R1 zone piece of property, and it allows you to have 2 dwelling units per acre on it. It's got a 10-foot buffer around the sides of it for setbacks, and there's a list of, let's say, 10 uses on it. If we come in and want to change that zoning on it, without you asking for it, we're doing as part of we're redoing the zoning in the area as part of us taking over, and so we're gonna overlay new zoning on the area. And we're gonna change it from R1 to, let's say, R12. And as part of that change, it changes the buffers. That's the only thing it changes. It changes the buffers, and instead of 10-foot, it makes them 20-foot buffers. Well, now you have less developable area on that property than you used to have, and so that would be considered illegal downzoning, because I've taken something away from you that you used to have.
And basically, I'll think about it. Downzoning is making it, the government making it more restrictive for development. So, and we cannot do that, right?
Currently, we cannot do that as part of a government-initiated downzoning. You could come in as the property owner and say, I want to downzone this I want to rezone this property, and you can do that because it's yours. I'll give you some background where this came from. Home Builders Association is one of the largest lobbying groups in the state of North Carolina. They got involved because this was happening in some of your larger municipalities. Wake, Mecklenburg, some of those others were initiating their own downzoning and were essentially taking away some of the rights of developers in areas. And so they killed a fly with a nuclear bomb and said, we'll show you. And so the downzoning was put in place. It's like everything else. I think there were some unintended consequences, because if you would go to the state, and I've gone back and forth with the school of government on multiple occasions with this, it hasn't been adjudicated yet, so nobody really knows what the law says or what you can and can't do, and so really everybody's just kind of stopped right now, and they're not making any changes because they don't want to get caught later down the road with considering it to be downzoning and it having to back everything up.
Where does Cherryville stand right now on that issue at all, or no?
We can't do it either.
That's a state.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's
State
nothing in our
prohibition.
current ordinance that.
Y'all haven't done anything that would
Yeah.
be considered to be downzoning at
Okay.
this point. We actually looked at, when we first started talking about this, we looked at do we come in and we do some kind of overlay of a zoning and we change zoning to where you actually adopted our ordinance? And it was just too confusing. It would have been way too confusing on citizens, and I think we would have had too many areas that would have been gray that we would have possibly caused an issue. So we backed up and just said, you know what, just let us come in and essentially hire us as a contractor to come in and administer your ordinance. Now, to be perfectly fair, and we've talked about this, there's some things that I think y'all need to understand about this. That I'm not gonna have staff sitting at the county, at the Cherryville's office. But I do have computers, and people can sit from their home and actually enter it in. They do not have to come to a physical location here to get a permit. My staff is 100% available, where we can meet in the office, online, via satellite, however they want to. And we do our best to make ourselves as available, but you're probably gonna get some complaints that somebody can't come into that office. So I built my first house in Cherryville. Vicky Spurlin built my first house. I lived right next to old boy there and his daddy and Bob. I know this area. So I know every area. You're gonna get calls.
But
I
keep,
understand that.
but keep in mind though,
I know we.
right now, if somebody comes to the city of Cherryville and we issue a zoning permit,
Yes,
they then have to take that zoning permit and enter it into their system to get the building permit. So basically, we're cutting out the middleman, which is us right now. We would let our citizens go directly to Gaston County to get everything, zoning, building permit, everything.
And I started out, I was a building inspector. I worked I was over building inspections for a while, zoning, that sort of thing. I was the one that changed us over from 100% paper to 100% online. And I sweated bullets for years, worried about this transition, and thought this will be what sends me out of here. And it was a whole lot easier of a transition than I thought it was gonna be. So I will tell y'all, although you're gonna have a few, the transition, people are used to it nowadays. And so it will be smoother than you think. And we will do everything that we can to help accommodate. We'll teach, we'll talk, we'll get online with people. We will get them through, because you're gonna have some that they only pull one permit in a lifetime, or maybe two at their home when a water heater busts or something happens. We get that. And then you got some that are day-to-day builders, and they get used to it, and it speeds up their process tremendously. And so you get the good with the bad. There's another piece to this that is different for y'all that is gonna allow y'all some more, another look at this one. So currently, we take in an application for a zoning permit. It goes to my zoning staff. They look at it. If there is a rezoning of it that has to happen, they process that application. That application then goes to the planning board. The planning board gives a recommendation, and that goes from the planning board to our board of commissioners currently. The way that process will work with y'all is staff will still take in that application. They will process it through. They will take it to our planning board, of which you will have representation. The city of Cherryville will have representation on our.
It's the existing Gaston County Planning and Zoning Board,
Yes.
of which Cherryville does have an appointment through Commissioner
Commissioner Fraley.
Fraley now, so that doesn't change.
It doesn't change.
Right.
It will go through our planning board where it gets looked at. I have a very good planning board in place right now, engineers, architects, builders, that sort of thing. It goes to them. They are a recommendation board, just like your board. We're gonna add a step in between where Cherryville is going to form a review committee.
And this is something that we kicked around, so this is up for council
Debate.
discussion and approval and however, but we're not eliminating our Cherryville Planning and Zoning Board, but they're not gonna have the authority maybe that they do have, but they'll still be more of an advisory board to this council because that step, and continue then, Bryan.
Yeah, so you would have a Cherryville advisory committee that the application that would then go to them. Once they've looked at it and made a recommendation, my staff would come here, present the case, and then somebody from the Cherryville board, if y'all choose to have that, would come as well. So you would get a recommendation, you would get the administrative side from us and a recommendation from our planning board, along with the Cherryville Advisory Board would give you Cherryville's view on it. And then you would make that decision on whether it was approved or not.
City council will still
Yeah.
have 100% final decision over everything, so.
Yes.
Just because it's going through the Gaston County Planning and Zoning Board doesn't mean that we're eliminated from the equation. We're
No,
still-
sir.
We're still the
No
final.
one would have,
Still the
no
final.
one would have rights over approval other than this board.
It'll be different from when we gave our voting right over to county on Piedmont Lithium.
100%. So when you did away with the ETJ for Piedmont Lithium, you gave it to Gaston County. Correct. No more bite at the apple for y'all on that. So this is the exact opposite of that.
You see the public in the city getting upset about us moving in this direction.
You know, the thing about it is I think you would actually, and I don't want to sound self-serving on this, but I'm trying to look at it from a really a lens. You're already paying for the people that I have. You pay taxes to the county. You're already paying for the staff that I have. Why not use them? They're highly educated. They're all the systems that we have in place that you're paying for as well. Why not use them? Instead of having to have an employee that you put on the books that you set up here that you're spending money on that you don't have to. You're not losing anything as far as the control. You're not changing your ordinance. So, you know, I see it as a win-win in my opinion. And you know what? It's also, it's a 30-day out. If you get into it and you say, man, this just ain't working, within 30 days, you can be out of the contract and have somebody come in. So no harm, no foul.
Can I ask just a very simple,
Yes, ma'am.
very, very simple scenario?
feel like I'm getting set up here.
No, this is just a very simple scenario, but this is one where we're probably maybe gonna get a lot of complaints.
Okay.
Say a senior citizen, an elderly person, comes in City Hall and wants to get a building permit to add on to their house. What is the process? You tell me, and they could care less about a computer. They don't even want to see a computer.
Can I start off answering that basic question?
Ma-
Because if that happens, because that happens a lot.
I know it does. That's why I'm asking.
Let's say they come to City Hall. The first step they're gonna have to do is first get a zoning permit from the city of Cherryville, as of right now. They would get that zoning permit, and then they have to go online and show the zoning permit and get the building permit from Gaston County.
Okay.
So
I'm-
if we go to this process, they don't have to come to the city of Cherryville to get the zoning permit. They would go directly online, get the zoning permit and the building permit from Gaston County.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But if they can't go online, if they don't want to go online,
don't have a
Here's
they
here's
don't.
what I
They
had
have to
suggested.
go online, period.
Oh, so they're in.
Right now, they have to go online.
Here's what I had suggested.
Can they
to
come to your office?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Here's what I had also suggested is that you put a computer in the Cherryville office.
Right. Yes.
That is linked easily for them to get on. I'll send my staff up to train whomever in the office, and we will make it easy for the ones and twos that need to come in and do
Okay.
that.
I understand. Okay.
Because you've got to be accountable to the citizens that are coming in that are just throwing up their hands and going.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna make people mad. Listen, when you're talking about zoning, building inspections, planning and all that stuff, we're gonna make people mad somewhere during the process. I
Oh,
always
yeah.
tell my people, let's try not to do it on the front end.
Yeah, well, that,
So
that
make
happens
the-
every day.
Make the
Yeah.
permitting process, the application process as smooth and easy as you can. That way, when we're having to tell them no on something on the other side of it, we haven't made them mad on the beginning. And so I promise we will try to smooth out the permitting part as much as possible. My staff has done a really good job of doing information sheets and booklets and pamphlets and YouTube video, everything that we can to explain the process. We will flood you with all of that information. We will put it in the office. We will give everything we can, and I will train staff in the office to do that if that's what y'all want and choose to do. Now, I don't want to, who's in staff? You pointed at, are you in the office? So what we don't want to do is say we're taking over your zoning and then go, hey, we're going to send everybody to you, because I'm sure you have other things to do. But we will make it as easy as possible.
And let me say, I've dealt with general contractors from other counties that come here, they get a zoning permit, and then they struggle with that end of it, getting the building permit. They'll come up there, they'll call, and they're frustrated, and once I get them to the portal, it's really not, it's very simple.
Well, I'm sure.
It's just getting.
I am sure that this is gonna be so much better.
It's self-checkout at Walmart.
It is.
Well, see, us old people don't like that.
But once they do it, I tell you what they love is the scheduling inspections. I think that's the easiest part of it. Is you go online and hit inspection. You just hit a button.
I know it's gonna be so much better under most circumstances.
Give me some time. I cannot, y'all know how this goes. I can't wait, I can't do this, wave a magic wand and tell you, you are not gonna get some complaints. You are.
Yeah.
That's just as honest as I can be.
And we're used to getting
But
complaints.
I will tell you the same thing. You will all have my information, you will have my staff's information, and I can't fix what I don't know is broken.
I
So
understand.
you hear from your people, you get complaints, you reach out, and we will fix it if y'all choose to go this way. We will make it as simple as possible.
Yeah, and again, to Brian's point and to your question, the only thing that's changing is that one-page, simple application that anyone has to fill out at City Hall. From there, they're online, they're calling for inspections, they're calling for permits, they're calling for everything through the county anyway. So none of that's ever done at City Hall. It's just that one-page application, and then it's already in the county's hands. A couple things that really stand out to me from our prior discussions and thinking about all of this is, nothing against our former planning and zoning director, Richard Elam, but it was a part-time situation for him. So when he announced retirement, we're faced with, okay, how are we gonna replace that? Part-time, full-time, and with the abundance of work that he had on him and stuff we're seeing now coming to us, and we've seen growth over the last couple of years, we were on a path to hire a full-time person in planning and zoning. Well, we'd go through that process, then we'd pay for it and we'd be responsible for that. But now we're looking at the county to do that, no additional cost to our budget. And you've got 3 planners on staff?
Three full-time planners on staff.
3 full-time planners on staff with master's degrees, I believe you said, all of the
3.
master's degrees in planning, and have worked in municipalities in planning before. So we immediately, if we do this, bring that expertise, professionalism right to the table, day one, right? So.
I know all this good stuff, and I'm for
No,
it. I'm for
just-
it. Yeah,
no, I'm
I was
just
just throwing
throwing
out
it. I'm just-
one scenario that I
more-
know is gonna be complaints.
No, 100%, but all of my comments are going back to maybe Mr. Freeman's comment is, the downside or what's the public perception of this? And to me, that's the only negative about this. And it's not a negative, it's just a matter of educating Cherryville citizens that this is a win-win situation. The only thing is that education of them, because otherwise I do not see one single negative about this. And I go back to, I was, not in favor of prior actions by the cluster zonings on Rickway Road and cluster zonings on Hal Strap land. And regardless of that situation, the county will be involved and the planners will be involved with those developers if that ever happens again, or even if somebody's just building a home from day one. Mr. Skiba's staff will be working with that builder, working with that homeowner, pre-construction, during construction, final inspections. They're in there anyway, but they'll also be now in there looking at it from, okay, well, how does this apply to Cherryville's planning and zoning ordinances from the beginning, right?
And I really hope that we can help to mold what y'all wanna see it look like and the changes that y'all wanna see come for Cherryville. I mean, things are changing, like I say, I used to live here too, and it's a whole different place than it was even 5 years ago. Well, that's not gonna stop, it's gonna continue. The one thing that nobody has is land. Y'all still have some. A lot of places don't have infrastructure, water, sewer, y'all still have some. So people are coming. You need to get in control of where you want them and how you want them to be, and if you want them. There's a lot of stuff that I could go in your ordinance and find that I could do by right now that you couldn't stop them. And so we need to dig in on that stuff and decide what y'all want and how y'all wanna see this area framed out, for future. But it's not cheap to do, we're already in the process, so on top of getting those employees, on top of not having to pay for, you're getting that as well. So.
That's huge, I think, so. Well, thank you, Mr. Skibby. Anything else you'd feel like you need to add
Where
to us?
is your
Questions?
office
Yeah.
located?
I am right in downtown, Gaston at the
In the-
administration building.
In the old building,
Yes, ma'am, Old Belks building.
okay.
Other questions? Mr. Dalton, do you have anything?
I would say, for council, my plan is that, and my hope is that we can put this on the agenda possibly for our May council meeting and have a decision at that point.
Okay,
I like having the one place to go and having all your questions answered at one time. right
But you know,
there.
Ms. Hovis is completely right. I mean, we will have some, some people that come in and they're frustrated with the technology of it. But, I personally have been through it myself and did the permits and the process. So I know I can go on there and help people as well when they come in
Sure.
and they're struggling with it.
are we going to get into the fees, or is that gonna be separate?
The fees, I will say, if you look, I sent an email, our current fees, we would have to adopt their zoning fees
Oh, yes.
instead of ours. Now that's what they will collect, they will get those fees. So, let's see. Yeah, it's on down the page here.
Building and development services or
Keep scrolling just a little bit more, I believe.
building development on down. I'd like to print this one off, just to see.
Do we have to have a public
Inspections.
hearing before we do this?
I don't believe you do
I think so.
personally because it's an operation. It's not something to that effect that you need a public hearing. But the fees, for example, I think your zoning permit or not building permit or zoning permit for a new residence is $300, I believe. Ours is $100. So that will be a change for our citizens. But that's something that they had to pay us anyway for those fees. And what we get from that in the addition is they're gonna come out, they're gonna confirm that all the setbacks are correct. They're gonna do all those type things when they issue the zoning permit and the building permit. So you get some extra.
We're gonna be more expensive because I have more. And I said earlier, so I'm big on cost recovery. I'm also big on whomever is using the service, paying for the service. It shouldn't be spread out over every taxpayer to a certain extent. Y'all currently have a police officer that is doing code enforcement.
Yep.
That side of zoning should be paid for by everybody because he is affecting everybody. The actual zoning permit for your home, that's something you're buying for you. You chose to build a house, you're paying for it. And so that's kind of where I look at it to where the developers that are coming in should pay for the development. And if you drop the fees or you do anything, they're not passing those along. They're just padding the bottom line with it. So we try to be as close to cost recovery on our stuff as we can. And so that's where you're gonna see a little bit of a jump in the fees.
Right now, are they paying $100 to us and then $300 to the county?
So no, they would pay $100 to y'all for the zoning permit, and then they would come to us for the building permit side of it. The building permit fees y'all are not changing. They're still gonna pay exactly what they would pay for a building permit fee. Their zoning permit is gonna go up from whatever y'all's was, the 100 to the 300 for us. So they're gonna pay an additional $200 for a zoning permit. We also have other fees in there, for plan review and things of that nature. There's, our Board of Adjustments is going to be y'all's Board of Adjustments now. So if they come in for a variance or something like that, to where we have to have public hearings, we have to do announcements. So all that is built into it, and there's fees that are associated with that they would have to pay for those.
And for an example, we just had a variance, just recently, and I think the fee was $400, but you gotta remember, you gotta have public hearings, you gotta have announcements in the paper. Theirs is $700, but they're gonna have to do the same announcements and pay for all that stuff, and they're gonna send their people, well, to their planning and zoning board to represent the city.
Further questions?
When I looked at this first page of fees last night, I just got cracked up. The first one was adoption of cats and
Yeah,
kittens.
this is all fees through Gaston County.
And I thought, okay, are we getting into some service I don't know about?
No.
We do a lot of stuff in planning and zoning. I carry a lot of badges.
But I finally found it. There's a lot, y'all have a lot of fees in Gaston County. I finally found zoning.
All right, any other questions, Mr. Skeeble?
I'll be answering a bunch of these. Tonight's our budget presentation and fee schedule's on there. I'm sure I'll be answering a little bit more of these tonight.
Are you looking to change any of these, or are these pretty much?
You have the
Yeah,
changes.
that's the change.
So
Yeah.
the ones out to the side are the ones that are proposed for tonight. So as we change ours, it will change, the interlocal just says that it changes for y'all.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else you have?
I don't have anything.
Thanks for being here this morning.
Oh, yeah,
Appreciate it, and Bryan will stay in touch with you, and we'll
Okay.
go over the logistics as we proceed. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
I'm going to stand by voting for it.
You bet.
Get your picture made. Thanks, Bryan.
Oh, somebody will take the picture.
I'll get some cats.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, and with that, we'll head to our next item of business, and that will be other business. Is there any other business to come before us, council or Mr. Dalton?
Nothing from staff.
Okay,
I'm sure I can come up with something.
We got a lot after.
Hush, hush.
we have, next item is adjournment. I should have asked this, is that a procedural thing, or we just gotta take a break and then come back into our,
Well-
budget discussions?
We would be adjourning from the work
Work
session,
session,
and then
okay.
we'll go into the budget.
Do I have a motion to adjourn
Make a
from our
motion to
regular
adjourn.
council work session? Second. All in favor? All right, and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll begin in our budget discussions.
All righty.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we'll now begin our budget discussions for the next year's budget. And with that, we're gonna start with Chief Hunsucker in the Cherryville Police Department. Thank you for being with us this morning, Chief.
I'm gonna start off by saying, this year's budget, as far as capital, goes, there is one thing that is included in his budget that we are looking to take out. There was some flock cameras. We already have 4 in place. There was 2 more in the budget. We are gonna look to cut those, and that is, $10,000 on page 31 down there, under computer electronics equipment. The flock cameras is, you've probably seen them right there at the old Carolina Freight, Carolina Care,
Right.
and that's where, somebody, going out of town, it captures their license plate. Like I said, we have 4 right now, but we're going to, just stay at 4 for the time being, because obviously this year we're trying to get the police department going with the new building and everything.
Where were you thinking about putting the other 2?
So we were gonna put one on, we originally requested 4, and then during our meeting, we dropped back to 2. We were gonna put one on Dallas Cherryville Highway, right at Sunbeam Farm coming into town. And then, we were gonna put one on Top Dellinger Road, coming into town. These cameras have been very, very valuable to us at the police department. They've helped us out tremendously. We've recovered multiple stolen vehicles and solved some other crimes. I understand, you know, the budget's a little tight, so we're okay with not getting those extra two today, this year. The four we've got have been very valuable. We've got one we may end up looking at moving just so we can get it at a different location, but, there is a slight cost with that, so I've gotta figure out that, so.
So is that line item gonna be zero now?
On page 31.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it
Oh,
won't be.
no,
zero.
no.
Cameras were in 44.
Requested
They were,
10,000.
yeah,
Which one?
they were in,
I thought it was at 10,000.
no, his 44.
They're in contract
Contract
services.
services.
Oh, contract services.
I'm sorry.
So it's not computer.
No,
Right.
it's
Oh,
under
no,
contract
it's not.
services.
It's under
Computer.
contract services, but it was $10,000 was
So that'll reduce that to
to 103.
103,500.
So we actually own those cameras that are existing?
We do. There's a subscription to them that we have to
I'm
pay.
sorry, where was that? Dick?
Once every 2 years, we're on a contract.
Where was the line item that was under?
Page 31,
Contract
contract
services.
services.
It's
So two
line
up
item
from-
4,400.
10,000.
So it reduces it to 103,500.
Right.
Yes.
How long do those typically last, you know?
So with the contract that we have, if something happens to that camera gets replaced by Flock. Flock replaces it if it gets damaged. They replace it. Our contract covers all that, so it's really, after the initial cost of us purchasing them and then the contract price every 2 years, there's no cost to us for that service. So,
Like I said, it's a good
Yeah,
it's a
pardon
good
me.
piece of equipment.
Pardon me, because y'all have all been through these budgets for the last how many years? And it's been a minute since I have. How are we gonna do his budget? Are we gonna go line item by line item?
No, I'm
Or
just
how
hitting.
we,
I'm
can
just
we
hitting
hit-
the highlights.
Okay, so at this point, the only thing that's changed from
Yeah.
what we're looking at is that $10,000. So,
Correct.
okay, do you or Chief Hunsucker wanna walk us through then the highlights of the budget?
That's what we're gonna do.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
all right, so, page 30, which starts with salaries. The first 14 lines of that, which takes you all the way down to 4310 1300 is the code number there. Those are all completed by Dixie Wall, the finance manager. She has all those figures. There are two things that have, I think that we took a little money or added a little money to, and that is separation allowance. And then also the salary line item, we added a little there for a possible vacation payout of a retiree, that may come forth, at the end of the year. So, those are the only two things in those first 14 line items that I had any request for. Everything else was Dixie. The next thing we went to, where we actually had a request, would have been code number 2100 there, 4310 2100, and that's uniforms. You know, our uniforms are not getting any cheaper at all, and for us to stay professional looking and you know, to get my guys equipped and have them have everything they need, we asked for an additional $1,000 in that, taking it from 13.5 to 14.5. And that's just something with the tariffs and everything that have been in place and all the uniforms, they've just went up and up and up. So we've had to go up on The next thing is, 2,500, that's right under uniforms. That's fuel and motor oil. Typically for the past 2 to 3 years, we have went over on our fuel and motor oil, what we had allotted. We didn't go over our total budget. We had money to cover that fuel expense, but we're just requesting to up what we had on that line item. Last year we had 35,000 budgeted. We asked to go to 45,000 this year. So we asked for a $10,000 jump. You know, actually year to date, it shows there that we've used 31,307, and we've still got several months left in this budget. So we will go over, you know, what we have actually on that line item. We have enough to cover it in other places, but automotive supplies, that 2510 you see there, that line item is actually no longer used. We don't, that switched over to auto maintenance and repair, which we'll get to just shortly. Page 31, our next one was department supplies. We had that budget at 5,000 last year. We asked to go up an additional 1,000 this year, and that covers toilet paper, paper towels, typing paper, printer paper, printer cartridges. I mean, just a multitude of things that, you know, we need there at the police department for everyday business. So crime prevention is the next one. That's 2920. We didn't ask for anything extra there. Travel and training, we did ask for it to go up $1,000. I know it shows year to date actual spend. I think we've had some encumbrances that are still there for this year, so that 1904 is a little low this year. But we did ask for an additional $1,000, taking that to 6,500. Telephone, utilities, those are pretty much set. They don't change very often from month to month. So code number 3,500 there, maintenance, building and grounds. We no longer use that code number. Everything now is changed over and is in maintenance and repair. And that 13,000, we're just asking for that to stay the same. 3530, auto maintenance and repair. It's at 19,000. We had several cars hit by deer this year. And when I say the deer hit us, it was the deer hit us, not us hitting the deer. So we've had several collisions that, yes, insurance paid, but that still has to come out of our line of budget.
So that automotive supply line item 2510, that eventually will just be eliminated as a line item, right? And everything will be under auto maintenance.
Right.
Yes. Same thing for maintenance, building and grounds.
Yep.
I combined those two line items.
Calibration of equipment, that's where we calibrate our radar units, our LiDAR units. Anything that needs a calibration kind of falls under that. We do have several things, and that line item is staying the same. Special fund is our drug fund money. That's where we use to make drug buys and, you know, arrest our local drug dealers. That line item is staying the same. We upped it about 2 years ago is when we upped it, and we have a good amount in there for now.
Just for curiosity on that, for my sake, obviously you use that money for drug buys, but there's a back end. We receive that in forfeitures or other areas.
So,
or do we typically receive that money back after something?
yes, once the person is charged, there would be a judgment put back against that person. And then that money would come back in the form of a judgment. It could come back in the form of I think for us it is called judgment. And we do have that line.
But that's a case-by-case basis,
It is a case-by-case basis.
whether we'll see that money again or not, right?
Absolutely.
But it's always an out, maybe and then, right?
That's it.
With that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Special supplies, that is unique things that we have to purchase for the police department, not, there's not one set thing, it's kind of, honestly, Dixie, I don't even know what's falls under special supplies.
Ammo, go ahead.
I think it's,
Well, you've only spent $368.
That's our evidence.
okay.
That's where we purchase, evidence bags, evidence tapes,
To secure it.
you know, to secure our evidence in the evidence room. If I need a shelf for the evidence room, I would take it out of that fund. So that's been the same as long as I've been here, and I think we're good on that one. Equipment rental, that equipment rental, that takes on some of our vehicle leases, if I'm not mistaken. And Dixie, does that also cover our printers or?
Yes. Copiers, printers.
Are you
everything.
talking about contract or
No,
equipment?
No, equipment rental.
That's your leases that have not gone out of lease yet.
Gotcha.
That's equipment rental when the Gatsby statements changed and how you do leases. So when it changed, we had to put, instead of putting it in capital, we put it in equipment rental until that lease dies, and then the new leases go through capital.
So on page 32, the capital outlay leases are the newer
Newer.
leases.
These
Until-
are still some that's still remaining from correct.
Contract services, we went over that one. The only thing,
I will say, for budget purposes, not going just line item by line item, one of the things that we are looking at increasing this year is one more vehicle for
Correct.
a lease for the police department, for a patrol officer.
And is that the
That's
increase
in the
on
capital lease.
page 32
Yes.
on the capital outlay leases? Okay, all right.
And it should be listed out, so when you get the final budget, it'll be listed out that it's a new purchase. It's in the total of capital leases. I didn't break that amount out. So it's like $12,660 that will come out, and you'll see it as a new vehicle on page 34. But you'll also see that 104 reduce. It'll still be 104 total in the budget. but-
So we still have outstanding leases
Oh, yeah.
under
Yeah.
capital.
Yeah.
Under
Yes,
the capital
newer,
outlay.
the newer
Uh-huh.
equipment.
Is all, where are we? Are all of our patrol cars leased?
For the most part.
for the most, we still own some vehicles. I think right now I've got 2 on the road that are not, that we actually own. One of those, actually just went down 2 weeks ago, and honestly, we don't know that we're gonna repair that vehicle because of the cost of it. So, that's where this new truck would come in play. It would take care of that. We originally had asked for 2 in the budget. We decided on 1. That new lease would go to the road, and a patrolman would be driving that new lease vehicle.
We currently have, I think, 11 leases with the police department, so we'd go to 12.
In that contract services also comes, stuff like our body camera, there's cleaning professionals, there's some other stuff that fall in with that. We did actually raise we raised the price of that. We switched over to a new body camera system. We went with Axon body cameras. We just signed that contract in April. 1st of April. Matter of fact, it takes place at the end of this month. So hopefully in the next couple of days, we'll be using those new cameras. With that comes a yearly fee. And it is going up from the cameras we're currently using, but the current cameras that we are currently using, they went from $14,000 a year to $89,000. Because they changed their equipment and it changed their contract pricing. So it was an astronomical jump. With the Axon body cameras that we're getting a lot more bang for the buck, but yes, the price did go up. I think the price on this one is,
It went up from what we currently are paying, but if
Yeah.
we'd have stayed with our current provider that we were using, it was gonna go up
yeah,
even more.
we were going up either way, but it was even more with who we're with now.
Quality's better probably.
Yeah,
too.
the quality is definitely better with who we've got now or getting with the Axon. And that's a 5-year contract, at $11,637 per year, basically for 5 years. And I think with the other company, it was gonna be close to 20,000.
Yeah, There's every bit of that.
Yeah, it's right at 20,000 is what it was going to.
How were they trying to justify that big of a jump?
Yeah, well, they couldn't justify it to me, because the camera system that they have is nothing compared to what we're getting with Axon. Axon's really the leading in the country. So, we sent out to get quotes from Axon and Motorola along with the company we're currently with, and Axon beat all of them. Plus that's who our tasers are with, so we get some stuff with the tasers and the cameras. So that gave us a little bit of a discount through Axon, which helped them beat everybody else's price. Dues and subscriptions didn't change. Computer electronics not changing. Number 5,500 firearms. We did ask for that to go up $1,000. Ammunition is not getting any cheaper. And we have certain qualifications that we have to meet every year. We have to have our guys qualify on the range, so there's a certain amount of ammunition that we have to go through each year, not counting any extra training that we do. So we asked for that to go up $1,000. Also related equipment, it's not going up. We didn't ask for anything extra there. I think that's pretty much it. As far except the leases, and we've already covered that. So.
Lease. or
Correct.
On-road lease.
And remember, these leases, that price includes the vehicle coming ready for the road. Meaning it's been striped, it's got a computer, it's got blue lights, it's got a siren, everything is ready when it comes to us. And it's all included into the monthly price.
Where it would cost us about $75,000 to $80,000 up front. Like to buy this
One
new
vehicle.
truck, it would cost us that one vehicle this year. So
And other departments are all doing it. So.
Yeah, it's by far the best,
yeah,
the best way to do business with your vehicle.
Well, those several trucks, are y'all moving in that direction, or you just added some trucks?
I'll be honest, our guys like the trucks. They're comfortable. Just say for instance, you've got a big guy. I've got some guys that are 6'4", 275, 280 pounds. That's a big kid. And then you add all the equipment on his duty belt, on his vest. He's went from this wide to this wide, and you put him in a Dodge Durango that's got a seat this wide, and then he gets in a Chevrolet truck. It's got a big seat. It makes a difference on them riding around. They're in those vehicles 12 hours a day. That is their office.
And you gotta remember, it's changing over the years. Like Dodge
Yeah.
Charger was the thing years ago.
Yeah.
They quit making the police package
Yeah, they
for
don't
the
make
Dodge
it
Charger.
anymore.
So you about get forced certain ways.
Yeah.
In my travels across North Carolina, you're seeing more trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Really, a lot of them.
It's just comfort plus the ease of getting. We have moved towards trucks. I don't know what this vehicle will be this year. It will probably be a truck, but we're actually gonna, the dealer that we deal with, Parks Automotive, they're gonna let us test drive a new Ford Explorer, but it's a hybrid. You know, we've got 2 hybrids now that we've had since 2011. I don't know that we want to go that route, but we're at least going to give it a shot. You know, I try to, when we're looking at these vehicles, we try to get the biggest bang for our buck and do what we can to be the best steward of the city's money, basically, is the way I look at it. So whether it's a truck this year or whether it's SUV, I don't know yet. We won't know till a little bit deeper.
Trucks, everything, they all look good, it's great design package you got on.
Thank you.
Is a truck and an SUV the same thing?
No, the SUV would be like a Ford Explorer
Right.
versus a true pickup truck.
I know a true pickup, that's what I thought you were talking
yeah,
about, like
yeah.
a true pickup truck?
Yeah, so we have,
That's what they're going to.
yeah, we've got 3 trucks on the road that are marked.
Okay.
And that's all with the new package. And then I also drive a truck myself. So we've got 4 trucks at the PD as we speak. And then the rest of them are SUVs. We do still have a few cars. Those are spare cars. We don't drive them every day, but if somebody has to go for an oil change, they'll get in one of those other vehicles, or if something tears up. So yeah, it's pretty much SUV or truck at this point for law enforcement.
That's the same chassis, size and everything anyway, the
Yeah.
SUV or truck.
The Explorer's a little smaller chassis. The Durango's a little smaller than they've all got the Explorer's a little wider than the Durango. The Durango's longer than the Explorer. You know, the trucks are all wider and longer. So it really just depends on what we can get the equipment for, the ease of getting the cages, the consoles, the blue light packages.
Wider's better in terms
Yeah,
of
exactly.
police officers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So basically, a rundown of the police department budget is, we're not asking for any new positions. It's what's currently allocated. We're adding the one lease vehicle, taking away the 2 flock cameras that were in the budget. So the total budget is going to $2,829,718. Now that includes a 2% cost of living increase, which is included for all employees within their budget. Oh, retirement thing is the big thing. Is what does the state require us to pay for retirement? Every employee pays 6% of their salary. This year, we're going from. Are we going? Oh,
That's
Okay.
Leo. That's law.
yeah. So we're going to 17.10% for law enforcement. So that's what the city has to pay for the state pension plan. So we pay 17.10%. The employee pays 6% into the pension plan. So that's, and obviously,
It's an increase.
it's an increase. It's 1% higher for law enforcement than other employees, and that's
And
because
that's mandated by.
that's mandated by the state. We don't have a choice. Yeah. Well, it's 1% higher than last year, but it's higher than a general employee, and the reason is because their multiplier is higher. That's why the state justifies having a higher contribution amount from a municipality or county or whatever.
So the proposed budget is 17.1% by the city,
That's what we have to pay
by the city, into
Yeah.
their retirement.
into their
Into the retirement.
Okay.
They pay
Whereas
6.
in the current budget year, it's 16.
16.10. It's going to 17.10.
And the employee pays,
6%.
is the employee percentage mandated by the state?
So we have 2 vacant positions on here. Are those included in the budget and are gonna be filled? if
They're
we get
included. One of them
candidates?
is currently being filled, and
Okay.
we got another one we're trying to get filled.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
But we're not adding any more
Right.
additional
So these
positions.
are in the present budget?
Correct.
Just vacant at this point?
Correct.
And just again, curious, the state and not to pick on the employees, but the state will mandate the city goes up 1% in their retirement, but they don't mandate that the employee pays any part of that.
And I think we have probably at least a couple more years where the state's gonna be going up. And then it's supposed to flatten out.
The state needs to adopt a budget, is what they need to do.
Yeah, we don't start going down till 2031, looks like. As far as the percentage the city has to pay.
All right, any other questions of our police department? And Chief Hunsucker? Anything else you'd like to add, sir?
No, sir.
Great, thank you for being here.
And one other thing I will say, on page 33, you'll see there, we got Paul Ferris, who's our full-time mechanic now. We are taking a percentage out of everybody's budget to pay his salary, because he obviously works on everybody's vehicles.
Of course, that's the way you're supposed to do
And with
it.
police having the largest amount of vehicles, they're paying the largest percentage.
Mhm.
All right, if there's no more questions,
Thank you again, Chief.
we will move to the fire department, which is page 37. And I'll start off by saying, trying to think here. The current budget that we're in with the fire department on page 39, you'll see is $1,493,700. The proposed budget for 26-27 is $1,500,610, which is a very minimal amount, and there's some that's coming out of that because we've already done some capital projects on the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, I
That's
believe that's
included,
already
or did
out.
we
That's
take it
what I
out?
was I think those, the only increase is the, salaries for the positions, the 3 positions you guys approved a few months back. And that's pretty small considering what we received from that by cutting the assistant chief position and reallocating those funds. The rest of the things, we're gonna do within our pretty much normal operating expenses from last year. You won't really see any other increases. We've got to replace some computers that are outdated that won't take the current update for security. We got to get radio batteries because those are going on 7 years old. But again, all that's going to be able to be done within what was from last year. I mean, we're not having any increase other than those salaries. We try to go and save throughout the year so we can do projects like this floor we was able to do within this current budget, which was a thing that we were going to put in this year's coming budget, but we were able to take care of that now, so that was reduced. So really, if you look through, you won't see much increase in mine other than those salaries.
And if you look, the current budget that we're in, part-time had $82,300 in it. That is going down to $25,000 for the 26-27 budget. But the big savings, I think, is gonna be because of the structure change, because we're going to three per shift, and we're not having to bring people back on their day off and pay them overtime. It's gonna be your overtime line item. Currently you can see we've spent $42,000 in overtime this year. We're requesting $30,000 this coming year, because we feel like with having 3 to a shift, obviously.
Why are we paying so much in overtime?
Because what's happened is we only had 2 people.
Yeah, but why are we, we only budgeted 17 last year, and I know we're over budget because we only had 2, but now we got 3, but we're asking for 30? I thought we were kind of eliminating overtime with the 3 people on per shift.
We still want to put some in there, just in
I know,
case.
but we're double what we budgeted
Yeah, I'll
last year.
explain part of that. So on the schedule that we work, they work 216 hours, but they're only paid for 212. So if they work that full month and don't take any time off, they get 4 hours. So, and that number I'd have to run, but it comes roughly about $14,000 for every employee, for all of them together, if they don't take off.
Yeah.
Which they're gonna probably take off, so that's probably not gonna be spent, but we also have to consider, we've had these May storms and things in the past that our full-time, we have to rely on, because volunteers and part-time They don't really exist anymore. The part-time is the problem. We've had to spend overtime because they didn't participate. So we're just trying to project because, you know, Mother Nature could throw us a curveball and we have a storm where we have to pay these employees to come back. But we think this 30,000 will be we're probably gonna have some left over, I believe, from that. That was just a safe net that we thought we could put in place for that.
I want to see the math on that at some point. I don't understand why.
From
Well,
17,000 to 30,000.
Here's the thing, 17,000 was never gonna be enough. That was probably, that was,
Well, understood,
Yeah.
but I still don't, I don't want to get bogged down on that, but I want to see the math on that before we approve the budget, because we went to 3 per shift. I don't see where we should have ever any overtime.
well, what he's saying is if you take a fireman and he works, it's a 28-day cycle. So let's say he
That's
never,
what, yeah, and that's where I want to see the math. If that proves it out.
well, that's proven right there, exactly.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to get bogged down on it, but that doesn't make sense to me. If we have a full-time fireman, why are we paying them overtime?
Well,
He's also
Period.
saying
I mean,
we
I
could
don't know,
have
I know the
storm.
math proves it out, but then why are we paying 216, but they're only using 212, and then we're having to pay 4 hours overtime? I don't understand that. And it's probably my ignorance, but I'm just saying.
I'll see it in black and white.
Yeah.
So they work 216, but they're only paid 212 because they're on a 53-hour work week.
That's right.
So if, say, me and Bryan are on shift together and we work all month long, we worked 216 hours, but the city only paid us 212 because they work 9 shifts a month times 24 hours. That's what they're paying us. So they have to give us, because we work more than we were paid. So if we don't take off to reduce that amount of hours we work, they have to compensate them for the time that they were here.
Yeah,
That's
and that's
correct.
the 28-day cycle. They
Right.
only get their overtime after the 28 days.
Right.
You got a 28, and that's police and fire. So if they take any time off during that 28-day period, they throw themselves out of overtime. They don't get that overtime rate. They have to physically work 212 hours. But if they work all their shifts and they do not take any sick time or any vacation time, they're automatically gonna get 4 hours overtime every 28 days.
And that may be the essence of my question.
That's,
I don't,
No.
if we have a full-time employee, why are we not structuring their pay cycle to reflect their working hours, their normal working hours? I don't, to me, and again, my ignorance, but a full-time employee, if they're working every hour that they work and getting paid the salary that they agreed to be paid or the hourly rate they've agreed to be paid, in my world, they should never be paid overtime.
well,
Period.
first of all, that's a federal law. We have to pay them.
But then why do we not structure the pay cycle to reflect the hours they work?
Yeah, I think what that would do, since we pay weekly, I think this is what I've always been told in the past. Each employee gets the same weekly pay every week. So that's how they're doing this. But otherwise, they would have to do a short check, long check every 2 weeks. Because one week they work 48, the other they work 72, but they're only getting paid 53, even in the week they work 72. So the way that you would have to do that would be on Dixie to probably break that on a 2-week schedule, but they actually get paid for the hours they work. That would eliminate that. But I think the city adopted many years ago to do a straight 53, and it irons out at the end of the 28-day period.
Well, it irons out other than the fact that we have to pay overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
to me, that's not ironing out, so.
The only way you fix that problem is you gotta go to a 2-week pay cycle. You have to.
Well, can they not be
or-
paid
or pay them on what they work?
Yeah, every week, if they pay what they
They're gonna get a
actually
different-
work
They're gonna get
every
a different
week.
amount every other week, but they're gonna get what they're
I have
saying.
to
No.
look at fire and police, but
No, because
You would
the
have
week that they work 53
Or they work 48, 72.
or 48, 72, you're gonna be paying them overtime every time.
Yeah.
So you can't do that.
Well, anyway, then I just,
Yeah, mm-hmm.
He also builds a cushion in case we have a storm.
Well,
He said
well, I
that.
understand the storm situations,
Oh,
but I don't
yeah.
understand if we're hiring somebody at a set salary to work 52 weeks a year, but we're paying them overtime when they're not, in essence, working overtime.
You gotta remember too, police and fire are the 2 departments that don't get, technically, they don't even get overtime until just say a weekly time period. They don't get overtime rate until their 43rd hour. Everybody else gets overtime rate their 41st hour. So they're really working an extra 4 hours in essence, you know,
Right.
every pace cycle.
There are some federal laws that.
Yeah.
There's a
that
FLSA.
mandate
You,
how the city has to pay police and fire, it's hard to understand,
It
and
is very
you-
hard to understand.
That is, 28
we've all
days
been
per
doing
month.
it for so long, but it's with those federal laws on police and fire, the federal government mandates the 28-day cycles, and they mandate how that we can pay my guys. Like, my guys work 36 hours one week, 48 the next. Well, the city has adopted a 42-hour pay cycle every single week for them. So one week they work the 36, they get paid 42. The next week they work 48 and get paid 42. So it kind of throws a
Can
kink
that
in
not be
it.
related to the fire department?
it's all the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it all equals out the same in the end, but
Well, we're paying, police department 66,000 every time, and we're projecting
Because
to pay
they
them
work
30.
12 hours, they
Yeah.
work 24
24
hours.
hours, 12 and 24. So.
Yeah, that's where your difference comes in on the
I
hours.
just, again, I'm done. I mean, I'll figure it out later, but it does not make sense to me, but that's. to
It
me.
doesn't, but
Okay,
But you gotta realize they do work more hours before they get overtime than any other employee.
okay. All right, moving on.
But basically, that's his budget in a nutshell. Is the differences that overtime, part-time is, and that's why his budget is basically the same as the current year that we're in, even with a 2% increase for his employees. Plus, like I said, the elephant in the room on all this stuff is we factored in a 15% increase on health insurance within this budget. But obviously, what we've been told right now from Blue Cross Blue Shield is a substantial amount more than that. So we're negotiating that and trying to get that down to where it's realistic. Right
Any-
now, it is
Any
not.
more word on that?
Not right now. They're shopping some other carriers to see what can possibly be done, but I'll go ahead and tell you, Blue Cross Blue Shield right now is not budging. They are pushing for a 43% increase on our health insurance. That's not it. That's not realistic. We can't sustain that. We've, like I said, we factored in a 15% into the budget, but they come back with 43%. We do know that talking to Billy Cruz, you know, who helps manage our health insurance, several other carriers' business has increased a lot because Blue Cross Blue Shield has went up on rates so much for other people. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, you know, last year was bad. Last year was upper 20s. And, you know, we ended up getting it down to about 8%. But as of right now, Blue Cross Blue Shield is not really wanting to even talk about a reduction. So we'll see.
Department of Supplies, what's in that number? 2610,
In the 23.5 number?
the 2610 number
Okay.
on
Page
38.
Okay, so, that is where our computers are coming from, our radio batteries, web chemical station supplies, that's our cleaning, because we clean every day. We have a line item for Ferguson hardware in there and office supplies.
Okay.
Is it 4 computers replacing?
I see 1, 2, 3, 5.
5. So it's 5 new computers.
That's some of the increase.
Yeah, that's a lot of your increase on your department supplies.
All right.
And the part-time went down 57,000. That's a result of hiring the extra person, right?
Yeah.
That's right, because they wasn't working anyways.
I got you.
So we were moving some of that money into overtime because that's where we're having that problem. So that's where we was able to reduce that. And we also had a lease purchase for air packs that we made the last payment on in November of last year. So that fell off the budget this year as well, which was around, I think, 30,000 a year.
Yes. You know, obviously, you'll see under, on page 41, you can see that we got their existing, the USDA loan on this building, which is 80,000. And then we got the fire truck payment, which is $105,000, and I'm wanting to say maybe 3 more years on.
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Fire
47
truck
right there,
payments
so yeah,
is
there's
all,
3 more payments.
3 more payments after this budget for the fire truck.
And the capital lease on the truck, what is that?
That is our pickup truck that we,
Are we replacing the,
no, we're not, there's.
No, that's just the
not it.
current one, the white one that's out here now, the Dodge.
because that's existing.
That's
so
an existing lease. Now, the
Well, what's the capital outlay back on 39? The proposed $9,000. That's for that?
That's the yearly, lease fee for the, pickup truck, the one we have on lease.
But it
That's
wasn't
the
on,
only
it
vehicle we
wasn't
have.
on lease last year?
It was.
Or it's not on this current?
we cut out
Is that what
we
he
cut out his truck.
Right.
Yeah, he requested another truck.
No, but back on page 39, capital outlay equipment lease,
Yeah, I'm seeing
there's
where that
nothing
says
in the
zero.
budget today or last year, but there's 9,000 in there.
It's in, yeah, I'm doing the equipment lease, so it's more explanation this year. The
So
9,000
that's
was
the
in
capital outlay
cap-
equipment
Mhm.
has moved to the capital outlay
Yes, I'm
lease
sorry.
line item.
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. Okay,
Because we're going to leasing vehicles, I just figured that would be
Right.
easier to, sorry about that.
okay. They're like the police, it's just gonna, that line item will go away and then it'll pick up on lease, right? All right, anything else, Chief Heffner
No, sir.
or Mr. Dalton?
Nothing else.
Any questions, council? All right, thank you very much.
Next up will be Bryan Williams.
Is Mr. Williams in the room, please? Oh, there he is. I passed him on the street Saturday and didn't even hardly look at him because I didn't know who it was.
I got a picture of that haircut. He'd
I
been
did
telling me
the
he was gonna
same
get a
thing.
cut like mine. What page is he on?
Well, it's not,
95.
but it changed. There you go.
His is on page 95.
Page 95 will be water plant.
Thanks for being with us, Brian. And Brian Dalton, do you, anything you want to start with on this budget?
Yes, sir. As you can see, if you look on page 96, actually, you know, the current year budget for the water plant is $1,183,500. The 26-27 proposed budget is $1,161,600. So it's obviously a little bit less, about $20,000 less than the current year that we are in. Bryan has been working hard with some of the grants that we received, some of his maintenance budget. Obviously, we're doing the interior maintenance on both tanks. One tank is completed. Got word yesterday that the tank on Academy Street will probably be done within the next 10 to 14 days, and it'll be back in operation. We have 3 high service pumps at the water plant. Pumps 1 and pumps 3 have primarily worked for the most part, I would say, all the time. I think Bryan has been here 12 years, 11 years, and high service pump number 2 has never worked. We did just recently get it replaced and get a new pump put in. So right now we have all 3 high service pumps working at the water plant, and that's what pushes the water to town, obviously. So what we do is, you know, Mondays he might use pump number 1, Tuesdays pump number 2, Wednesdays pump number 3, and just keep rotating it. That way you don't wear one certain pump out. He's done a lot of projects within the water plant. I know he's done some work on the catch basins and I can't remember what actuators, a lot of those type things that he's completed over the past few years. So the water plant is still operating very efficiently. They're doing well. They have a new SCADA system that got put in place probably 6 months ago maybe.
What's that?
The SCADA system is where they can go in there on the computer and they can look and see exactly the tank levels at both Academy and down at Walmart. So, you know, they don't have to go out there and physically look at the tank. They can see it there on the computer system. So he's getting in a lot better position at the water plant, I would say, than we previously were.
It also monitors the turbidity, which is the amount of cloudiness in the water, the clarity of the water. We have to give a report to the state every month, and the state is requiring that be on a report, a generated report. Now, they're not requiring it at this time, but in the near future, they're gonna require that it is on a computer where they can just come in there and put a flash drive in and get those results and pull it out. We're set up to do that. So that's on there. So our SCADA it's a good system. We've got to make a few more modifications to it. We've got to get the finished water turbidity on there. We've got the individual filters on there now. So it's going to take a little bit more money to get that updated to do that, but that's in the future. It's not required of us as of right now. But we do need to get our loss of head indicators working. The state wants those done, and we've got a few things we're gonna have to do to satisfy the state, what they're wanting done that's been neglected over the past 15 years. We're just trying to get everything up to snuff and to meet everything, the requirement by the state. No, unfortunately, no, but we monitor what leaves the plant, and we make award-winning water down there.
I was having trouble with turbidity at my house.
Yeah.
You still having air in your life?
It's better now. Oh, it's a lot better now.
We're operating on one tank, and we've got two, you know, we've got one out of service, so
Oh, yeah.
when you've got both of them in there, it's more balanced. When you're operating on one, it has more lag time and lead time, and it kind of disrupts the flow, the normal flow and the normal operation of everything, but it's safe water. May get a little cloudy, might get some air in the lines.
Oh, yeah, I know all about that. But it's safe, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's right.
That is the main
We
thing.
did have a boil advisor here a couple weeks ago, but it wasn't anything because they found any bacteria or anything like that. The water was never unsafe. We've tested it several locations. We found no E. coli or fecal coliform or nothing like that. It's just, that's required anytime we have a system loss of pressure. But that's basically what happened. It made it worse because we was actually running on one tank. We were never in any trouble as far as poisoning anybody.
Bryan, he's at full staff, and I would probably say he's probably got the best trained staff as far as certifications that we've ever had. Because you have Bryan, you have Haley, you have Tim, and yeah, those three already have their A certifications. David is going to take his test here in about a week, I think, to get his A.
Yeah, he's got his schooling in, ready to take his test.
So we're doing a good job, or they are doing a great job as far as going and getting certified and getting better at what they're doing as far as running the plant. Pretty much his stuff is staying consistent. Chemicals, you can see, it's the same as always. We're requesting $125,000 for chemicals. The big thing is trying to keep the maintenance and repair going and try to get, really, honestly, he's not spending very much of his maintenance and repair a lot of times. What? Well, the tank's got to be in there. We do have a contract for the tank maintenance that it's probably, 10 years old, that contract?
Yeah, it's for 11 years.
Yeah, it was an 11-year contract. And what it is every year it's $100,000 that we put towards maintaining the tanks. And that's what we're paying to do this interior maintenance on both of the tanks. And like I said, once that's done, once this tank is finished here in about 10 to 14 days, we don't have to worry about that again for probably around 10 years. That's not something you have to do every couple years. So the tank maintenance should ease up a little bit.
But it's still under warranty, so to speak? I mean, is that is the work being done today covered for 10 years? If something fails, then,
Well,
or is that just?
we have a contract where we do $100,000 a year for 11 years to pay for that tank maintenance.
Right.
It's just we don't have to do that exact thing, the interior maintenance, but every 10 years. So they might come in next year and paint the tanks or do something else.
Right.
But we're gonna spend that same amount of money if we renew that contract with that same company.
But just the overall maintenance of the tank is covered. I mean, if anything fails or is there a problem or whatever, part of our payments under this existing contract is covered by that company, right? So,
I would say so.
I mean, if it's general, I know there's probably
Yeah.
special circumstances it's not covered, but.
Yeah, I would say any of the work that they're specifically doing, yes, that would be covered.
When's the last time the Walmart tank was, the maintenance on the inside?
Well, that was completed here about 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah.
Back in the fall,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
They were both past due.
Around Thanksgiving.
yeah. We probably hadn't done them in 15 years or more. Yeah. Yeah.
What was the capital outlay request that was removed?
The 60,000.
What was that?
He built that pump you were just talking about.
Oh,
But it was in last year's budget too, so.
yeah. The high service pump, we paid for that
Pump
out,
number 2.
we paid for that out of those grants or,
This year's funds. He budgeted this year. He got it done this year. He
Yeah,
was
but-
just putting the same amount.
yes,
For next
yes. And we didn't need it because it's already been done.
Okay.
We still need to upgrade the soft start, the electrical box
Yes.
that controls number 2, because it wants to come on wide open and wants to shut off wide open. That makes water hammer. And 1 and 3 both have that soft start mechanism in place. We need to put one on number 2. And that's why we're not using it right now, but it's ready to go. The pump's new, the motor's new, everything's new except the electrical control box.
Okay. But we will be getting that.
Yeah.
the
Charles
controls.
Underwood will put that on for us.
Yeah, waiting on them to show up anytime.
Is that under maintenance?
Yeah. That'll just go under maintenance.
Equipment wise, water plant's probably in the best shape it's been in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's
With all the upgrades and that's great.
the next upgrade to do would be either expand the basins, get some more basins out there for settling time, or start replacing some of these old actuators. They're old and outdated and we can't get parts for them anymore. So,
Well, and the other thing that we need to, and we're having a hard time finding somebody, but we need to get the elevator fixed at the water plant.
Yeah.
That's the big part. Years ago, I mean, it was before I got here, and based off what I know about it, Dixie stopped because they were out there trying to do stuff and just kept sending bills and wasn't getting anything accomplished. So we got a situation where we got to find somebody that has the ability to get that elevator working. But that's probably the biggest thing that we need to focus on right now.
we've
at
got
the
all
water
the
plant.
parts. We just need to get a company in there to do it. And I've called 5 different companies to get somebody up there and look at it, and only one has responded.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Williams? Anything else, you, Chair? Mr. Dalton?
Nothing fun.
All right, yeah, let's take a quick couple minute break.
I'm
We'll come
good.
back with, Mr. Chris Heedick.
Chris, that's right.
Right, all right, everybody ready?
All
All right,
Chris. Chris
Mr.
Heedick, Water and Sewer Fund. We're gonna be on page 101.
101.
All right. Highlights. First of all, the budget that we are currently in is $761,800. The budget that is proposed for wastewater treatment plant is $893,200. As you know, a lot of the budget funds that we've received from the state, that $1.6 million that we've talked about, has gone towards a lot of upgrades for wastewater. You know, we've redone all the pump stations, got new pumps. We're Influent just got done. What else has been? We're doing the oxidation ditch.
Heffner's done, Ballard's about.
Heffner's done, Ballard. You know, there's a lot of wastewater projects being completed right now. The force main is being done at Ballard. So, with that being said, when this year comes to an end, and I would probably say within the next, the force main will probably be done within the next month and a half, I would say, that we're putting in at Ballard. And he is about to be finished with everything but the oxidation ditch, I would think.
Yeah.
The oxidation ditch will probably not start till the fall, because they're looking at, the last time we did the oxidation ditch, when it's real hot, summer months, when it's 95 degrees, they have a problem when they put the sealer on the oxidation ditch. So they're probably gonna wait till the fall to start, when temperatures cool just a little bit, to make it a little easier for them to do the work. But once we get that oxidation ditch completed and all that, wastewater treatment plant is basically gonna be completely new, I would say, almost. I mean, about every pump's been replaced, every pump station has had some work done. So this year, one of the things that we're looking at within Chris's budget is we're still looking at how we're gonna do it, but what we want to do is you take the small pump station at Robert Road and the pump station at Keystone. They are maintained by REA and Duke Power. So we're, you know, if we have a power outage, we're at their mercy as far as getting the power back on. So what we're looking at doing is trying to have a generator available, whether it be put a individual generator at both pump stations, and I believe some of the quotes that we've been talking to people about, that's probably going to be our best option, is to put a small generator at both pump stations. We had talked about putting one on a trailer where we can just drive the trailer out there, hook it up, and do what we got to do. And that's important because, you know, we don't have lagoons at those pump stations, obviously, so we need to be able to have power so we can pump it to the wastewater plant.
What's been the response time from Duke and REA?
I mean, typically we've not had a problem, but you still never know, and I hate to be at their mercy. Now, we have had to call Dennis Willis and people like that in to pump it out manually before.
It's a good thing Robert Road's right near the plant, so that doesn't take too long. But Keystone, you know, you have to go through that cow pasture, and that's kind of a pain.
Yeah.
But luckily, knock on wood, you know, unless it's been an emergency, like the hurricane or something, they've been pretty quick about getting everything back on.
Well, that's a no-brainer to me. But.
So that's the things we're looking at, trying to improve his system as a whole, is trying to make sure we have that generator. And we've looked at a lot of different options. You know, we looked at potentially taking the generator from City Hall and putting it on a trailer, but come to find out, electrical wise, that doesn't work. That generator won't serve those pump stations. So we've had some people come out and look at it, and they're giving us some options now and trying to find out what we're going to do. But for the most part, you know, Chris has, as far as maintenance of his entire system, you know, he's got everything probably in as good a shape as we could be in with all these projects that have been completed. So his budget is staying pretty flat, I would say.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you add anything that you're looking at doing.
I know basically I know one of the things we're asking for is, you know, clearing out our lagoons, because, you know, we have lagoons at our influent pump station, Heffner and Ballard, and basically they just haven't really been maintained ever, and, you know, they have big trees growing, and with all these storms, the trees keep falling, and then that could cause the integrity of the lagoon to leak. And, you know, the state hasn't really been on us yet, but I've been told that, you know, they're hiring more and more people to kind of look at some of this stuff, because, you know, what's happening is with all this land people are buying, they're coming in and finding out that there was like lagoons or runoffs that have been going through it, and they don't know till they've cleared it out. So the state's getting more kind of picky about it. So I kind of want to just get ahead of it, and because I know the lagoons, they basically save us, because when we have to work on a pump or power goes out, we can throw the wastewater in the lagoons till we get the power back on, or the rain stops. And if not, we'd have to rent a bypass pump, and that would probably be about $7,000-8,000 a day. So it's the lagoons have saved us a lot of money each year. And then I'm asking for a new RAS pump. Basically, we have a spot for 3, and basically for each ditch we need 1. We have one now that's rebuilt. The one we had was just it wore itself out. And basically what that does was that takes the sludge at the bottom and kind of throws it back to the top of the plant. So and you need that, because if not, then we have to pump the clarifier out, like get Dennis Willis or get a pump to pump the clarifier out. And that way, the good thing is we'll have 2. So then when we get the other oxidation ditch up and running, then we'll be able to use both of them at the same time if we need to. And then the UTV, we have a UTV now, but it's a diesel one, and it only goes about 20-25 miles per hour. And so I was wanting to give that to a chainsaw and basically get us a gas one, because we have to drive to the pump stations a lot, especially when there's a power outage, and just people fly on the road. And I'd like to get something that can kind of go a little bit quicker for whenever we're going to a pump station. And because I know a lot of times it's when the microbursts and stuff hits, it was easier to get in the UTV and go than get in the truck, because there were so many trees down. And then Bryan kind of hit on the generator. We were just looking at a generator, because the state requires the pump stations to have a generator, and that way, like I say, everything's been good so far. But it's nice it'd be nice to have something when something does happen, and one less thing to worry about. And I know the state, if there's a bad weather thing, that they don't expect us to be perfect if something happens, but I like to at least say we have something, and makes it look better, and could avoid a fine or something.
So the proposed 60,000 for the generator, is that 2 for Ballard and Roberts Road?
Well, we don't know for sure. No, it's
what?
Robert Road and Keystone.
Keystone
is the 2.
the 2 we need them at, right?
That's the 2 we need them at. And we had a guy come last week, and he's looking to see, hey, do I need to put a generator at Robert Road and at Keystone Pump Station, or can I just put one generator on a trailer, and then we can take it to each individual pump station should we need to? So he's trying to figure out what our best option is.
And but our other lift stations are okay?
They don't have generators, and we'll eventually need to get some, but we have the lagoon, so if something happens, we can.
Okay, so those are the 2 that don't have lagoons.
Yeah,
Right,
like
okay.
Ballard and Heffner both have lagoons, so we're okay.
Well, I guess where I'm heading is the generator, if it's portable, could it be more of a system-wide city use
situation? The thing is, Robert Road and Keystone, they're about 25 horsepower pumps, where Heffner's 75 and Ballard's 200. So for a generator that will run Ballard, we're going to need a big. It's going to be probably a $200,000-300,000 generator. So
yeah, okay.
We can't. So those.
So you're sizing them for those 2.
Yeah.
For the 25.
Yeah, because for the little ones, because.
Do we serve any of those pump stations on our electric system? We don't.
No.
Is any citywide? We don't serve any of them, do we?
I think we
Just-
do we?
Just our influence.
Just the influence. That's
Just the
it.
influent, okay, I understand that.
That's it.
But none of the others are
Right,
served.
no, yeah. 'cause
Yeah,
it's
we don't
freaking
serve
REA.
any of the others.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make sure, because, and that's the thing, I know what Ryan was talking about. I don't know if it's better to have one on the trailer or two separate ones? I know it would look better for two separate ones, but cost wise, I don't know. And I know if we did do the generator on the trailer, I was thinking of a used generator, because the thing is, we're not gonna use it. It's not like we're gonna be using it every week. So the good thing is we might be able to get a better deal on a used generator. It's just we'd have to kind of look around and see, and because that's what a lot of the contractors and stuff recommended, because, you know, hopefully it might be, we use it 10 times a year and we're not using it every day. So if we can save 20-30,000, you know, save that and get something, get a good used one.
There's no way we could negotiate with Duke and REA for them to furnish the generator. I reckon they would be hospitable to that.
I wish.
Duke and REA, they wouldn't have to send out
Yeah, I
their
know.
personnel.
But if it is portable, I guess it's feasible that the other departments in the city, if necessary, could use it for other applications, right? So it could be kind of a city portable generator with the primary user to be wastewater if needed, right? But if not needed, but somebody else needs it.
Yeah. That work
I'd
too.
rather have it sitting there. I mean, that to me would be the advantage of it being portable.
If it'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
if
it's
the
probably
car-
not gonna be big enough to power anything else other than these pump stations.
Right.
Like, it wouldn't be big enough, or it wouldn't work as far as the electrical hookups.
Yeah, and
Or
not
a
like
warming station
but-
in really cold weather, like we have for the community building or something.
Yeah, I mean, any kind of smaller application, if we're not out of power, or maybe Duke and REA are up and we're down, then we pull it somewhere
Correct.
for the city's use, right? So, okay.
Let me ask a question about that. RAS pump, is
Yeah.
that pumping out of the oxidation ditch?
No, it pumps
Where is
out
that
of our,
pumping?
when the water comes in, it comes in our oxidation ditch and it goes to the clarifier, and all the solids settle to the bottom.
Uh-huh.
So what that RAS pump does is it pumps it back to the oxidation ditch, or, you know, at about 2 or 3 times a week, we send it to our holding tank and then to our lagoon, because all that waste, all that sludge, you know, you want to waste and get some of it out of your system, but then some of it needs to go back in, because it's just a bunch of bugs basically. So you want to put the bugs back in the oxidation ditch.
Is it coming out of the clarifier?
Yeah, at the bottom of the clarifier.
The bottom of the clarifier.
Yes.
Gotcha. I'm with you now. Okay.
That's the way to recirculate it, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, I'm with you now.
And we have 2 clarifiers, is that right?
Right,
And we hadn't had enough flow to actually operate both.
right.
At this
Yeah,
time.
because everything's been just
Yeah.
one oxidation ditch, one clarifier, one basin.
The other thing too, on page 104, you'll see there like shop building repair, chlorine roof replacement, mini split, and clearing out around the influent lagoon. All of that is being done currently. That's why that's gone to zero. We went ahead and got that completed.
Okay,
In
good.
this year's budget.
Within this year's budget.
Correct. So that's why that's at 0.
All right, anything else we need to point out or discuss? Any questions?
Y'all do a good job.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank y'all.
Tough job.
And like I said, Chris has done a great job with this budget, or with the grant we've had. He's done a great job of being able to go online with DEQ and, you know, hey, we put in the information, request the funds. He's done a great job at keeping all that up and going through that process. All right, next, Miss Emily Dellinger. What page?
22.
Page 22. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Coming off of the cherry blossom. Got it behind us.
All right, like I said, on page 22, basically this is your economic development, your Main Street, all that. So this is Emily Dellinger's salary, Steve Panton, which is a part-time employee, and we have brought Richard Randall back as a part-time employee as well. He started last week. Richard is 15 to 20 hours a week, maybe. His primary role is going to be to mostly help with Main Street. The paperwork, all that goes into keeping your accreditation with Main Street. That's going to be a lot of his role.
What does Steve work now? Steve, what does he do now? How many hours?
Steve,
Typically.
I'm gonna say 15 is
Okay.
the most you'll ever see Steve get. He usually doesn't get much more than that. A lot of times he's 10 hours, maybe less. Steve does obviously your pots and your plants. He's been a big supporter of that. He's organized that program. He has helped and done a ton of work on the new ordinance that we will be proposing here before long for Main Street. So that's who's involved as far as economic development, and Main Street is those three employees, with Emily being the full-time employee now, and the Main Street director. The thing it always gets a little confusing when we start talking about economic development in Main Street, but the downtown bonds that we took out when we redid Main Street, and put the sidewalks in, the water lines, the sewer lines, and all that, those bonds are placed in the economic development budget. So that's where on page 25 you'll see the $231,000 payment from those bonds. That's what that is. And like I said, we placed that in the economic development budget. A lot of the things is, the Christmas lights and well, you can see there on page 26, we're not actually asking for any more funds for any of that stuff, because over the last several years, we've purchased a lot of decorations and stuff for Main Street and for Christmas and all that.
Mostly what we did, especially under the promotions team section, a lot of the smaller events, like Small Business Saturday, Holiday Market, Third Thursday, those type of things, our promotions team hasn't finalized exactly what they're wanting to do in the second half of the year this year, so we took all of those and recategorized it as promotional, so that we can use that towards promotional events for the promotions team.
So all that's in that 3,400.
Yeah, we just kind of took each of those lines that were smaller amounts and
Breaking it out.
yeah, instead of breaking it down, so that we could use it for whatever promotional events that we decide to go with.
And if you look at the total budget that we're proposing for 26-27 is $516,025. The budget that we are currently in, and this is on page 23, is $546,625. So it actually come down about $30,000. Fireworks is one of the things that we do pay for. A lot of her stuff is a joint venture and so forth with Chamber of Commerce and a lot of our festivals like Cherry Blossom and some of that type stuff. But we do pay for fireworks for July 4th. That's part of the city's portion, and that basically it's $7,500 from this year's budget, $7,500 from next year's budget, because it's usually about $15,000 for the fireworks, and I think it's actually a little bit more this year. I think it went up to about $17,000. But that's how it comes out of two different budget years for the fireworks.
But we're gonna dig into her budget this year. I've been in recreation.
Yes, that is right. We moved the fireworks. That part of the budget was in recreation in years past. We felt like fireworks, and if it's a festival, it needs to be in the main street. So we moved that from recreation over to the main street budget.
Is there a liability issue there at all?
Well, if you remember, that's why we went to having this company come in and shoot the fireworks, because our insurance carrier told us, we will not insure you at all if you shoot the fireworks. So that's why we went to the carrier, and they take on all the liability as far as shooting them and everything, because.
So that's, what line item is that in?
It's under the,
Yes.
it's all under the 5,900 capital.
Gotcha. I'm with you now, yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna say the last 2 years, we have contracted out all the fireworks, not just buying them, but, you know, this company coming in and shooting them and everything. And that comes directly from our insurance.
I can understand.
Colby likes shooting them, man. Colby likes lighting those.
We went and got Colby certified and everything.
Oh, Matthew.
And you'll see there, also on page 27, you know, I know it comes up a lot and we talk about it a lot, but your Main Street annual dues for National Main Street is $475. So it's not very much money. And then also, you know, we still have the facade grant program there at the bottom. That, you know, we got the 65,000 set aside and the 10,000 for the windows.
Yeah, and that'll go alongside with the ordinance that
Yeah.
Steve's working on.
And, you know, based off that ordinance, that number might not change. And actually, Steve and I were gonna meet this morning, but because of this meeting, we decided not to. But I think he's tried to go and do an actual inventory on each building, so we got a better idea of what needs to be done at some of the buildings we have left. And it's probably going forward, we're gonna look at like a 2-year approach, you know, where this year we try to do facades, this year we try to do windows, and then try to get Main Street completed. Because it's gonna be a lot if you try to do it all in one budget year.
So the back on page 23, the year-to-date on the Main Street program is only 39,000, but budgeted at 124. Is that due to maybe not a lower utilization of the facade grants? Or why, I mean, page 23, first
Yeah.
line item, 5,900.
Yes.
We budgeted 124, but we only used 40,000 year-to-date, so.
I would say that's probably the biggest part of it, is because I don't remember signing any off the top of my head right now.
Well, but then that speaks to, are we anticipating more utilization this year?
Yes, because of that new ordinance that
Yeah.
Steve's working on.
But that's gonna affect the new windows upgrade, right? So that's I understand the 10,000, but.
And remember, that's where we were gonna try to slide the money that doesn't get utilized out of this budget here. We were gonna try to add to next year's budget.
So
So
it
we
will
have
roll
more.
up, it will be still available?
Correct.
So in
Correct.
addition to
Correct.
our future funding of
Correct.
that program?
Correct.
Is that usually how we do that in the past?
Well, no, it's not how we've done it in the past. It's just to try to finish the project and
Right.
get everything going. We were gonna try to take what doesn't get utilized, add it to what we're setting aside for this current or this upcoming budget year.
Right.
That way we got both amounts and we can really go in and try to focus on, hey, we're gonna try to put a time limit on it.
Right.
And we're gonna try to push with a partnership with the city and property owners. That way we go in partnership with them. We want to get these projects completed.
Yeah, I guess back on page 27, where we have it broken out, we have the existing facade roof building grants that are available.
Correct.
Okay, that's the 85 that's been reduced to 65 proposed. But that's existing. But the new window replacement, that's what Steve's working on. That's the new ordinance. We're talking about strictly for windows.
No, it's not
Well,
strictly windows.
it's not strictly windows. That's a big part of it.
Right.
And I think the best way to look at it is like, right here, if you look at it, we have new window upgrades and we only had $10,000 set aside.
So
for
that
windows.
was existing?
That was it. Yeah.
But that's existing?
Yes, that was it. That's all that was
I mean, I guess that's where
available.
I'm not seeing I'm not seeing what was budgeted this year for that. That's where I'm
Well,
kind of not missing that.
the current budget we're in right now
Right.
only had $10,000 set aside that people could apply for window grant.
Okay.
So once that got used up, there was no more grants for windows.
Okay.
So what we're wanting to do is slide some of these, the total funds, like say the 85 or whatever, say the 85 that we're currently under, or it's actually 75, I believe, is what we currently have for this year's budget.
Okay, I guess, but backing up to the new ordinance that we're considering or will be considering in the next couple of months it's more regulation on what businesses can do,
Yes.
right? Versus what's existing under the Architectural Review Board standards. I mean, right now there are standards that they have to adhere to, right? Architecturally.
When they're doing work, this is kind of
When you're doing
like
work,
addressing
right.
like issues as they
So
stand.
the new ordinance we're considering is more of it's more of it's not saying if you do work, you have to do this. It's saying your building's not meeting certain
Yeah.
standards, so you have to do it. It's not a
Correct.
choice.
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Okay.
That would probably be the biggest difference with the ordinance, but I think the other difference we gotta keep in mind is in years past, we've been very focused on, we only have a set amount of money for facades or a set amount of money for windows. And windows,
Right.
it would typically get taken up quickly.
Right.
And everybody else is just kind of left out here.
Right.
Well, I don't have anything to apply for. So now we're trying to take that bucket and make it bigger
Okay.
and make it to where they can apply for funds and, it's gotta be a planned process.
But it's for any of the upgrades.
Yeah,
right?
we're not gonna sit there and
Facade
say.
grant or changing, putting in a new awning or putting in windows or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's just one pool of money
Yeah.
just available at limited intervals, but it's for
And
all the upgrades, right?
And really the best way to put it
Instead of having a
out,
window grant or an awning grant or a roof
say
grant or
grant.
whatever, it's just grants for
Grants.
upgrading
Facade grants.
anything in
Yeah.
the downtown business district, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying slide that money over, but there will be are we saying it's it's not an unlimited pool? of money.
no.
But is it gonna be what we budget this year plus what's left over from last year? Exactly?
That was my intention.
Okay,
That
so,
was my
and
belief.
we won't
is-
know that number till June 30, right? So,
Correct.
technically.
Correct.
Cause right now, we've only used 9,600 of it.
Okay,
So what we would do is we'd slide that over and add it to what we're budgeting, and then that way we got it set
yeah,
there.
so for budgeting purposes, financially, that number's really a question mark, right? Cause we have to do if there's an overage from last year, this budget, then we'd have to do a budget amendment based on what that,
Correct.
if we're carrying it over.
I will have to do a budget
Right.
amendment.
Okay.
This line item you have for new creative business, what is that about?
Where you at?
On page 27, third down.
That's a grant program that's been in place a couple years. We have $2,000 budgeted for it each year. It's a $500 grant that new businesses can apply for.
What do you mean by new creative business?
New businesses like on Main Street.
Yeah.
So any business, I thought you meant like an art-related business or some kind of creative aspect.
No, it's any business.
Any business.
Yeah,
It's just
any
new
new
creation.
business, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it says new creative business.
It's
Yeah.
like $500
I think it just
and they have to be
changed,
in
so it's just
business
put
for
new
2
business.
years.
This is entrepreneur business
Wow.
grant.
Well, they qualify when they open,
Yeah.
and if they stay open 2 years.
And they're eligible.
You better
They
say
can
something
keep
like
it. If they
creating new
close
business and stuff.
early,
Yeah.
they have to pay that.
Okay.
Yeah, only you would point that out.
Only in
Since you're a creative.
Only somebody had an art gallery.
Are you questioning why you didn't get some of that money?
Oh, I don't need it.
On the bonds, what was the original amount of the bonds? The original amount?
9.3
maybe?
And that's total. That's total.
We
Water,
we
sewer,
got
Main
them at a
Street.
premium.
Oh, yeah.
So it was 8.7, but we got them at a premium, so we actually got 9.3
Okay,
or close to.
so it's gonna be a while before those are paid off.
Yes.
Gonna be a while before that's paid off. Okay, I wasn't sure exactly what the original amount was.
It was 8.7.
8.7. Okay.
All right, anything else? No?
Anything you can think of?
No? All right. Is it?
Lunchtime.
They have a private
Is it
discussion?
lunchtime?
Um,
11:45. 11:45.
I think Colby was going to get it.
He just went to get it.
Oh, we just went to
I
get
just
it.
told him, I just
So-
sent him a text.
All right, thanks, Emily. Appreciate you being here. Is Chris here?
Chris is not here. If you don't mind, can we just break for lunch?
Okay.
Do lunch and then I'll get
Okay.
Chris here.
I thought, yeah. Is there
Because
anything-
Chris's is a lot. It's,
Yeah, I understand that. But-
It's basically,
But until lunch here, is there
I thought you
anything?
were doing this like Chris is
Yeah.
big.
Is there
Chris is
anything
not
we
that
can
big,
cover
no.
till lunch gets here?
It's 15 to 12.
I mean, I don't know, if he's walking in the door, it's one thing, but I don't wanna sit here for 20 minutes waiting on lunch. I said if lunch is coming in the door,
I
let's
thought
break
you
for
meant
lunch.
Chris was coming in the
No,
door.
no,
I
no,
thought-
I'm talking about lunch,
Okay.
but I don't wanna sit here waiting on,
I got
for
you.
20 minutes on lunch. So is there anything else we can cover or need to cover?
I'd really rather wait to cover some of the other stuff after we got two more department
No, that's
heads,
fine.
Chris
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
Lance. And then we'll be done. Then I got some other things I'd like to talk
Yeah,
about.
I've got some other things too.
Everybody's paying.
I mean, if you want to talk about those now,
Y'all were waiting on that, weren't you? You were just waiting on
I
that.
probably know what you're gonna ask. Let me go ahead and answer your
Okay,
question.
guess.
I can read your mind. I
You
think.
guess, you guess.
How much are we gonna put towards paving?
Put toward what?
Paving roads?
No.
I figured I could read your mind.
I see, you just underestimated me.
She wants to talk about how much fun she had with me at Cherryville.
All right, so we'll take a break. Yeah, all right, we'll take a break till after lunch. All right, we'll get going again. We're now with the Public Works. Glad to have Chris King with us. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Bryan, do you want to hit the highlights?
Yeah, let me start off by saying, Chris is basically the main attraction here because it's gonna be public works, electric, water and sewer fund, street, sanitation, POW bill, all that stuff wrapped in one. So that's why we got him after lunch, so I can get you good and sleepy. So I'm gonna turn it over to Chris for public works.
All right, on the public works side of it, there's,
Page 44, I'm sorry.
from last year to this year, literally nothing is changing except we're hoping to close down Public Works Way and add the fence. So we estimated around 20,000 to do that. That'll cover it.
Where was that? I'm sorry. what line?
Page 44. Oh,
Yeah, and that section, what he's talking about there, the fence, that would be on page 47. And that's where we have the public hearing coming up this May the 11th, where we can shut that portion of Public Works that way down to fence that off.
that was pretty cut and dry from last year to this year. That's the only change.
That'll be a good thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Is that road still gonna be through there? You still cut it off from each end.
We're just gonna close it off on the park side, where they'll be able to park, but not drive through, and then we'll have a gate on the Ballard side.
That's right.
Come in.
But you can leave the pavement.
Yes.
But we had a, I mean, is there a reduction in operating expenses?
Basically, the budget is the same. The proposed budget for 26-27 is 194,500. The budget that we're currently in is 194,850. And Public Works has not many employees out of Public.
194.5?
Yes, sir.
On page 45?
Yes, sir.
And that's down a little bit from 194.850.
Yeah, so it's down $350.
So, but I guess I was wondering why there was kind of a decrease, but not much of the salaries are actually reflected in Public Works, right?
Right.
So the 2% and the 15% on insurance is not necessarily fully reflected in.
Chris is 20% in Public Works, and Gary Jones is 100% in Public Works. And then, Paul Ferris is 5.
That's probably the reduction. Paul was 100%
Yeah.
funded
Right.
out of public.
Okay,
works.
that's right.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
remember, that's where we went 20%, police department.
Right.
So much for.
Are you just consolidating, buildings and grounds and maintenance and repair? You're just consolidating that, okay?
And we,
Yeah, and each department, auto maintenance and repair, and, they're using maintenance and repair and auto maintenance and repair now instead of maintenance, building and grounds, and they had another one. And it was just like, it was the same thing being paid.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
yeah, we're trying to
We're
combine
trying
as
to
many
cons-
line items
yeah.
as we can.
Does Paul stay busy, or is he behind, or?
He's pretty busy most of the time, yeah.
And y'all,
He's
He
very,
saved us.
I can't tell you how much money he has saved us. Just some of the work that he's been able to do that we've otherwise had to go to M&M and spend a lot more
So
money.
doing stuff that all raised?
Well, he definitely does a lot of that type stuff. But the big thing is like, you know, the DEF systems on a lot of these trucks that we used to always have to go to M&M for, where now he can do it himself.
Wow, that's good.
there was a tractor in the old EMS building, been sitting there since 2010, needed a clutch. He broke it apart, put one in it, so.
Right, now it's running. Yeah, so-
$800, I think they quoted us 8,000.
And I know the
Colby.
He needs to get granny fixed. The fire department, they're
Is
had a
Granny
problem
not
with their
there?
DEF system, and we had an outrageous amount. I think it's it.
like $5 grand to fix that, and he did it for like $1,500.
Cork.
So I mean, it's
Gasket on it. Put that head gasket on it. It's got a gasket that's leaking on it.
All right, anything else for Public Works?
But yeah, you can see Public Works is pretty much just your basic stuff. Not very many employees.
All right, street next?
Yes, street department. This is the one that Ms. Hovis will definitely want to listen to.
Okay, I'm sorry, hush, John, I gotta listen.
I'm sorry.
Okay, tell it.
Basically, you know, we'll go over POW bill, obviously, but the big the big thing that we all talk about is paving roads. This year's budget, counting what we were gonna do out of POW, and then what we've decided to do is, you know, we was scheduled to buy another sanitation truck this coming budget year. So Chris said the 3 that we have are in good shape, they're fine. So we backed off of that. We're gonna put that off for another year, just operate with the 3 we have. And we're gonna move those funds to paving roads. So that's $260,000 basically, something like that we're gonna move towards paving roads instead of buying another sanitation truck. And then plus what we're gonna have with POW bill funds, we've got $525,000 set aside to pave roads.
That's great. What is Ripple still paying for patching holes?
Yes.
He actually, Chris had a representative from Ripple come up and ride around with him and look at some of these places.
We'll get out to a picture of tape measures.
Yeah.
There's still a bunch. Yeah,
There's still a bunch of them.
they haven't
yeah.
started yet.
But they are working on it. I mean, you've identified pretty much all.
Well, not all of them, but
Well,
we
they
wouldn't even
know,
install
they
some
know
of
it's a
the
big
work yet.
problem, right?
Yeah.
I told them to pick a road they installed it on and
Yeah.
start, so.
Where's that money for
Yeah, where's
streets
the-
at in here?
Well, that's under PAL.
Well, some of it's
Everybody.
under PAL, and then some
Oh.
of it's under street.
So what are we looking at on street?
If you look on page 50, if you look on page 50, about 75% of the way down, street sidewalk maintenance, we got $300,000 there. So that's a lot of your funds to help pave, and then like I said, the other 225,000 would be out of PAL bill, which would be a total of 525.
So that's the majority in the bump on the overall proposed budget.
That and the one-man leaf machine.
Yes, and that's what I talked about, as far as capital items. This year, we are, looking at buying a truck that's gonna serve as a chipper truck and a leaf machine. And it is one man can operate it, so that's a good thing. So now we'll have the leaf trucks we currently have, which are getting pretty old, but they did work, and that's another thing that Paul did a great job this year, keeping those going. So this year we'll have our 2 leaf trucks that we currently have, we got the street sweeper, and then we'll have this new piece of machine.
And this is called, this is just a leaf.
I just call it a one-man leaf back.
Yeah.
Leave back.
Yeah, if we're not using it for leaves, like Bryan said, we can take the back off and actually chip brush up into the back of it, so. Our chipper truck's the 1995 model, but it's still.
So the major bump in paving of 275 plus the 120 for the one-man leaf vac, that's the bulk of the increase to 853.4.
Correct.
That's the only change it should be.
Yeah, so you went from 517 to the 853.
Okay. Anything else within these numbers you're aware of?
Page 52, if you look on page, yeah, on page 52, you'll see there that there's 3 vacancies listed.
Right.
But that's not actually true. I thought we had some vacancies, but,
Ethan Carpenter.
you got Ethan Carpenter in there, you got Clarence Bowers in there, and Francisco's in
He
there.
thought Chris thought Clarence Bowers was in recreation.
No, we moved him out of
It
it.
is when you get the recreation.
Well, where's Teddy? I don't see Teddy in here anywhere.
Sanitation.
He's on sanitation.
Yeah, he's coming.
Well, you've got sanitation drivers here, but that's in street. That's
See,
a.
that's,
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
at
don't
least
you-
these
don't
street
confuse
sanitation employed.
But are these positions filled
They are.
fully
They
at this
are.
point?
They are. So you can, those 3 vacant positions are filled. They're not vacant.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or items to bring up under street? All right, moving to PAL bill.
There again, this one's pretty simple. We're putting 260 straight into pavement, and that's it.
And that is the full allotment of PAL bill funds.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yes.
probably more than our full allotment's probably about 225, 230.
Okay,
But you got interest on the money too,
Okay.
that you can spend on.
And we get those payments in October and January.
and is it for this last fiscal year? I mean, from June to June this year, we'll get a payment in October for 25, 26?
No,
Well,
for
how's it?
20, I book it in the year it comes in.
Okay,
So,
so we're projecting this to come in.
yes, yes.
Correct.
We are
What's our
projecting
allotment of money based on? How do they,
Road mile.
Road miles. Number of miles of road you have in your
but they
town.
went up on what they're giving us?
They go up maybe 1%, but
It's
not,
very-
it's very small.
Oh, I see.
And
Yeah.
if you remember the legislative agenda that we sent to the legislators, that was part of what we asked for, along with probably every other municipality in North Carolina, is we asked that be increased 20%.
Right.
Which didn't he mention that in Mount Holly a week or so ago? Didn't,
Yeah,
Colbert say something about they were gonna try to increase the power?
yeah, they were, I know there were some people talking about it.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that.
If we annex an area and take over the streets, That adds to our
Correct.
street mileage.
But it could also add to your problems.
Yeah.
If the roads aren't up to standard or
Well,
something like that.
plus, Calico Creek,
Yeah.
It'll-
is that on ours?
It is, but it's not, it won't add a whole
I
lot
was
of
gonna
money.
say-
Okay.
You'll get very little out of it,
Okay,
but it will add some.
So that's a straight, state takes in all gas tax,
mhm,
and a portion of that goes to all municipalities, but it's prorated based on your streets.
But the developer's paying for the streets, right?
Right.
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, the developer pays for them to originally be put in, and then we maintain them after that.
We don't start maintaining that though till after they put the top layer
Yeah.
on, the year after it's
Yeah.
paved, finished.
Yeah, they've not finished putting the top layer. They have another layer that they'll put on Calico, but they're not gonna do that till they get a certain amount of houses.
And just for my curiosity, what, the 2,000 in addition to paving is the only expenditure there, what is that? Utilities?
Streetlights that we pay for, the electric
Okay,
on the
okay,
streetlights.
that we pay, REA or do,
No, it's ours.
oh, it's ours.
Yeah, I book it on the,
Is that for the whole city? Or is
no.
that- Or is it, that's
No,
a
it's
portion?
just, that's our portion of streetlight.
Okay.
Not streetlights, stoplights, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Stoplights.
stoplights. But this, it's all accounted here, not spread over different
Right.
departments, it's all here.
No, it's
So
all accounted
stoplights.
for, because that's an eligible power bill expense.
And there again, you can see on page 59, that's the 260 that Chris was talking about for paving.
All right, well, that's simple enough. Any other questions about the power bill? All right, sanitation, I guess.
Sanitation, there's nothing changing there whatsoever since we did away with the garbage truck for the year, so it's only bump would be your salaries or.
Let me say, I'll go ahead and mention it now, that I think we need to start looking at. Right now, it's $15 for residents to get trash picked up once a week. That is, in my opinion, extremely low. When you look at our landfill costs are going up, I think they're going up another $1 this year. With landfill prices going up, I think we need to look at raising our rate for trash can.
So
Like I said,
we're $15 per month per resident.
$15 per
can.
month per can.
Per can.
Per can.
Per can, and it's every week pickup. Are we, do we have any idea what the privatized companies are?
Well,
charging?
like everybody that I've talked to that has a private company doing it, they're paying a minimum of $20
A month?
at least.
At least,
Yes.
okay, yeah, because that even sounds low to me.
Yeah, and that's what I say. So technically, we're
And are they on weekly pickup typically? The ones that are private?
When I lived in Lincoln County, I paid $24 a month for a private company.
Private
That's
company,
8 years
Yeah.
ago.
but
That's
weekly
what you
pickup.
Weekly pickup, yeah,
I pay 35 a month,
35.
so you
but
know.
now I'm out in the boondocks.
But, you know, all of us that live in the city, we're paying $4 a week, less than $4 a week to get your trash picked up. That's extremely cheap.
Have y'all reflected that on the revenue side, an increase?
No, we have not. That's just something I wanted to talk to you about. As far as, you know, to keep up with our costs, like I said, I know fuel costs, landfill fees, you know, I think we're paying anywhere from what, $8,000-9,000 a month in landfill
It's
fees?
about $1,500 a week.
And they're gonna go up again this year, $1.
$1 a ton.
Dollar a ton.
$32 a ton.
I know it's crazy. I see those checks going out every month
Yeah.
at Gaston County landfill.
Yeah.
It's crazy what we're paying.
And you know,
And that's not considering all the wear and tear on our trucks,
Right.
running to Dallas every day.
yeah, it's a long way. So, you know, that's just something that my recommendation would be that we look at maybe going up from 15, maybe to 17 or something, just to get a little extra revenue to cover our increased costs.
All right.
You talking about in this year's budget or
Yes.
later on this year?
I would like to do it this year,
Okay.
this budget here, 26, 27.
But you've got that as a note for our revenue discussion too. or
Well, I
when
mean,
we look at rates, I mean,
yeah, I can pull and see how much we're actually getting, but, you know, basically we have, you might as well say we have roughly 3,000 customers, so. You know, so if we increase $2,000, you know, we're gonna increase it $2, we're gonna increase it $6,000 per month, and that helps cover our cost of all this extra
Well,
increase.
we'll cover that in
Yeah,
our rate discussion.
yeah, we can talk about that
Other-
later. I'm just
Okay,
saying,
okay.
it's just something to think about.
Prepare us, right.
Just get us ready for it.
Any other highlights here or things we need to be prepared for?
Do you have a vacancy in sanitation?
No.
So we do have a
We
vacancy.
did have one.
Who's the superintendent? Kevin?
Gary Jones.
Yeah,
It's just an
yeah,
alternate.
page 64, that is a typo there. It's
Okay.
still got Kevin Abernathy's name, but that should be
I
Gary
started to
Jones.
say, I didn't think Kevin was with us anymore.
Who's there now?
Gary Jones.
Gary Jones?
But the vacancy is at present vacant.
Yes.
All right, no capital. Of course, we took out the sanitation truck. Very good. Well, I'm glad to see that. Yeah, for sure. Any other questions, comments?
Next will be electric, and we'll jump to page 79. All right, for electric, just let me hit the highlight here, that our current budget is $6,987,500, and the proposed budget for 26-27 for electric is $6,288,000. So it's obviously a reduction, a pretty big reduction. Some of that is, we probably over budgeted last year for sure, and we also do not have any big ticket items this year. Like last year, for example, we bought the backyard machine, which was, I think, about $100,000.
It's about 300,000.
Was it 300?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 300.
Was it that much?
Yeah.
Ooh. Darn.
Close.
Is it worth it? Was it worth it?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
worth it when you have storms, 100%, or you have certain situations.
Better than
But-
climbing a pole and
Yeah.
having to work it like that. You just-
Because if you go back to when we had, I can't remember which storm it was, but High Point, when they come and helped us, if they wouldn't have brought their backyard machine, we would have never been able to get back into some of those areas and get them fixed. So it'd definitely be worth it to have it ourselves. So that's a lot of the reason for the reduction there, and that's the biggest reason for the overall reduction in the budget as a whole. You'll see that the 26-27 budget is less than the 25-26 budget, and that's the biggest reason is because of the electric. Also, this budget does include, you know, we're getting a wholesale rate increase from electricities of 3%. So this budget does pass on that rate increase to our customers. But I want to give you an example.
So the revenue reflects that,
Yes.
Yes, it
the
does.
3%. Okay.
But I'm gonna
Well,
give you,
I'm sorry, I'm
Go
hung
ahead.
up on that. The decrease, I mean, do we think we over budgeted the revenue last year?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why we're down,
Yes.
what, 7 million? Okay.
Yeah.
But it's still the reduced projection does include the 3% rate increase.
correct.
All right, sorry, thank you.
So I just want to give you an example of, you know, our rates are tiers. You know, your first 500 kilowatt hours is the most expensive. So currently our rate is 0.10782 per kilowatt hour. So for that 500 kilowatt hours, it would be $53.91 would be your cost. So if we pass on the 3%, our rate will go to 0.11105. So for that first 500 kilowatt hours, it would be $55.52. So it's only about a little bit over $1 difference by passing on the 3%.
What was the dollar amount you just gave versus? for
Well,
now
if
versus
we
the
stay at our
3%?
current rate, it would be $53.91 for the first 500. If we pass on the 3% increase, it would be $55.52 for that 500. So it's very little difference. Basic facilities charge stays the same, $13.05. That, nothing changes there.
The only thing that's changing is the usage charge.
Yeah, and we're still under Duke, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
And
And
to-
REA both.
Yeah, and to give you an example is, you know, Electric Cities is passing on a 3% wholesale rate increase to us. Duke is looking at an 8.5% increase this year and an 8.5% next year.
Yes,
So there's a big difference.
big difference. Yeah.
So they're giving us a 3% increase in wholesale. We're charging a 3% retail. So we're actually making a little money on it.
You
It's
probably,
how-
yeah,
It's how it breaks down in the usage, because they're taking it off of our usage too. How they're giving it back to us is taking it off our usage.
Well, it still doesn't sound bad. I'm staying
No.
below.
Yeah.
You said the other
It's
utility.
just kind of a minor thing.
Yeah.
It's how, yeah.
It's,
Well,
it's
how
a
it
very
breaks
minor
down.
thing.
and it's like Mayor and I've talked about. They're looking at a 3% increase this year. Well, they are doing a 3% increase this year, but in the next 2-3 years, we're also looking at increases. So we don't want to get into a position to where we sit here and we don't pass any of these on, and then 2 years down the road, we're like, oh, we're gonna have to go up 10%.
10, 15%.
Because that really upsets the apple cart. I mean, I don't want, you know, I'd rather somebody get hit with $1.25 extra than, you know, start hitting them with $10 extra.
How does our industrial rate compare to Duke? Are we still, do we have an industrial rate?
Yeah, we do.
And I just think it helps maybe with economic development.
We have a
I
small.
would hope it would.
We have the small industrial, large industrial, all that. I'll say, take, not Walmart, but take Waffle House, which is gonna be starting. Take Dollar Tree that, you know, is in business now. They were in a position, they could choose. Do we want Duke or do we want the city of Cherryville? Both of them chose the city of Cherryville. And the reason is because we have a better rate.
Okay, there you go.
It's that simple.
Do we ever get, excuse me, Walmart and these other companies caught up on their rates, what they're
Yep.
paying there?
Yep.
So we're good
They're
there
on
now.
their
Yeah.
right rate.
Walmart, Peak, and Modern Polymers, all three are on the right, the correct rate now.
Okay.
On the expenditure side, is there anything that jumps out or highlights there?
Where does that pole rental come from?
AT&T.
Yeah.
and Spectrum.
AT&T and Spectrum, thank you.
Yep.
We just started getting AT&T a couple of years ago. You know, we've been getting Spectrum, but we finally got one with AT&T.
Yeah, and what happened there, I was telling them the other day, is, we did a poll count 2 years ago maybe. And when they went out and did the poll count and, you know, look at the condition of the polls and tell us exactly what's on every poll, that's when we went to AT&T and said, hey, you're not paying your part. And, you know, and we're not paying our part to you either. So when it all worked out, we get about $11,000-12,000 a
Okay.
year from AT&T that we used to not get.
Alrighty, okay.
All right, I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead. Anything else on the revenue side? Anything to point out on the expenditure, starting on 81? I mean, it looks like it's all pretty much the same.
Yeah. Now that is another thing too, is the leaf machine / chipper that we talked about, half of it is being paid out of electric because the chipper is considered an item that we'd use for electric.
Okay, that's the 125.
Yes, sir.
All right, everything else pretty much looks same as last year, pretty close. Any questions? Electric? Everybody asleep? Too much sleep?
I think we're good. I was looking at these numbers too.
Got awful quiet in here.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, I guess moving on then.
Next one will be the water and sewer fund, and that will be on page 88. I will say this, I really forgot about it, but we do have a service truck that we had looked at in this budget. If you look on page 92, that was $100,000 for a new service truck, the 450, 550 crew cab. Now, we do have an option. Chief Hunsucker has dealt with Park Chevrolet, who we do a lot of our leases from. There is a possibility that they have a truck, you know, the same truck that we could lease from them. Now, they would give us a first year. The first year would be at a great price, really, $550 a month, I believe, for the lease. And then years 2 through 5, it would go to the normal amount, which is probably, I'm gonna say 1,400, somewhere around there.
Probably somewhere around 12 to 14.
Yeah.
It's a deal that they're running on their 2024 model trucks. So it would be a brand new truck. It would just be a 2024 model instead of a 2026.
Yeah.
It's a truck they've got sitting on the lot that they're just trying to push some stuff out.
So that's an option where we can get the truck we need, and we can pay a lot less money. You know, now after the first year, if we chose to, we can say, okay, we want to apply that, you know, $7,000 that we've paid in this lease, apply that towards the purchase price, and we can go ahead and buy it at that point if we want to, or we can continue to lease it and buy it at the end of the lease, or whatever we want to do.
And there's no penalty for the buyout of the lease.
That's a good thing.
That's a lot better than 100,000.
Yeah, I don't like spending 100,000 at one time.
That's 70, I mean, for 5 years, that's,
Yeah.
at least would be 72,000.
The truck's not 100, it was a 75 or so, and we had to put a winch on it, because it's gonna be out in the woods, you know,
Okay.
big stuff.
Okay,
Just
well,
to
that's,
outfit it.
well, then that's, yeah, the
Yeah.
lease
Yeah.
for 5 years will be 73,
But we
74,000, so.
But we still
It's basically
would
the
get the
same.
winch on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just
Yeah.
outfitted with the bed
That
we needed.
includes the winch, yeah, okay,
That's the winch, the bed, everything.
okay.
So
Difference is we can sell it when we get ready to get rid of it instead of just
True.
giving it back.
True.
Question about the debt service.
Mhm.
Was that not included in economic development, the downtown water and sewer?
Not the downtown water and sewer part.
No.
Oh, that wasn't included in the original bond?
We got
It
two
was.
bonds.
There's 2 different bonds, but for 8.7 million. I think downtown was 3.6, and then, water sewer was 1.8 sewer and 3.3 water, I think.
It's somewhere
Okay.
around there.
So it was 2 different
Yeah.
ones, but,
Yes.
okay. Okey-doke.
So if y'all are good with it, that's really the direction I would like to go on the truck, is look at getting the lease. And we only pay $6,000-7,000 this year instead of
Yeah, I
100,000.
mean, I'll do the overall math, and just
Yeah.
see what we're looking at 5 years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, and then,
Sewer pipelining on Stars.
Yeah.
Something in there.
It's a section of Styer Street that we paid from 150 to the railroad tracks. They found some bad problems in the sewer. We're just gonna get a company to
Okay,
come
so
in.
that whole section from the railroad.
It's not the whole section, it's
Well,
got some
pretty
spots,
much.
but they're gonna come in and pipeline it from the inside, so we don't have to dig the road up. You know, just, it'll basically be a 50-year warranty on that, so none of us will have to worry about it.
Is that just a couple blocks from 150 to
It's,
the railroad track? That's not very far, is it?
that stuff, I think it was $75 a foot.
Oh my
to do.
gosh.
Is it really?
It's better than digging up the
Cheaper digging
road.
it up.
Yeah.
It'd be a whole lot easier.
And they'll cut the services back in all the houses and everything, and just, they do it all from inside. And if we get some left over out of that, we'll line some more around town.
Cause off the top of my head, I'm thinking Ballard.
Buy would be a good one.
Ballard needs relining, on the other side of Stires, that area
West side.
is pretty bad. And if we're gonna pave, I mean, that's a section of road, you know, and that's what we was talking about, you know, at the last council meeting. If we're gonna
Dead ends right
if
now.
we're gonna pave some of these roads, and we know we have some bad infrastructure under it, we need to get that fixed first.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason to pave it, and then we got problems.
Example,
Yeah.
Academy Track.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been tough to do all of Academy.
Example,
Who
okay.
knew that?
Yeah, yeah, that was the weirdest,
Yeah, it's
the
strange.
way they had that water line run. I can see why it was 100 years old.
I came down that thing Sunday evening, and it is, yeah, boy, y'all had time, didn't you?
Yeah.
In there.
All right, what else we got here?
That cemetery in there if you want to look at it, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, might as well go ahead and go over cemetery. If y'all were good with water and sewer fund, I mean, that's the biggest.
What page are we at there?
I got it right here.
74.
Back in general fund.
We did 6,000 inside.
Yeah.
Well, you $600 though.
Oh.
No. It's been coming out of my old line. I figured that out.
Oh, yeah.
Her, it's been splitting between electric, water, sewer, and so I need to move all that too.
If you'll look at cemetery there, you can see we proposed 84,000. The current budget that we're in is 81,000, so it's a slight increase. And obviously that's, you know, something you really don't know. You don't know how many people are gonna come in and buy plots or whatnot.
So the difference in the salaries would be, I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
Well, what happened there is when I started looking at year to date, Mary Beth, her salary comes out of electric, water, sewer, and general fund.
uh-huh.
And so I've got to correct that payment for cemetery on call to cemetery. Now, Chris
Okay.
you
Yeah.
take
I
comp
took
time.
call, yeah.
Okay.
Chris
yeah.
and Mary Beth do a lot of, like, weekends,
Yeah.
if they call and need something, they go take care of it, go out there with the book and get them a plot and,
So this
Maybe
covers
take-
that, right?
yeah, that covers
Yeah,
their.
that's a true overtime expense, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
In my
that just
definition of
reminds-
overtime.
He's scheduled
In my
Well,
definition.
anybody works there.
We're pretty fortunate, he usually takes comp time, so.
Okay.
You know what? That just reminded me where my other sticky note.
There you go.
But we can talk about that later. This is not budget. That's not budget. But I need to write that down. Cemetery sticky note. Yeah. Okay.
Every time I'm around Petey, he bugs me and he'll say, remember.
Thank you, baby.
We're running out of cemetery space, and Scott Garrett is getting on the same case. He said something all the time now too about it. I said, well, eventually we're gonna have to start looking.
It'd be good if the church would sell that field behind the church there. It's Methodist.
I just don't.
Well, that was brought up one time. That was brought up way back when, you know, I worked the first 2 decades ago.
I brought it up before too, and I heard. I
And
am
Cone
not-
Jr.
I am not for that.
Cone Jr. was living then.
I didn't say that.
And
but other
Cone
people said it.
Jr. was a member of our church, of course. And it was brought up. And in no uncertain terms, Colin Junior said, absolutely not,
Mickey-
and I
Mickey
never
Pace hours
understood
one
that, I
says
never
burn down.
understood that.
What about the columbariums?
Palmer
Are
House
they selling much at all?
I think I've sold one since I've been.
I've had 2 in the last year.
You know, cause that's all I keep hearing is, you know, more people are going to cremations and.
A lot of people do go to cremation.
buried.
They go on top of a family
Yeah,
plot
that's true.
now.
And that's legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do up to 2 cremations on top of a traditional burial.
But then obviously, I feel like as we run out of space, that's gonna be,
Ronnie's
Well, it's getting
people,
popular.
people's gonna get pushed towards.
They're gonna get forced to
more.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, cremation is, you know, I don't know that we're running out of cemetery space as quickly as we think.
I agree, it don't seem.
Well, you know,
We have quite a bit.
Yeah.
left.
We have one, I mean, at our church, and it's,
Y'all have one.
it's already
Lutherans
probably
have one.
50%, at least sold, not
Yeah.
occupied, but sold, so. Okay, so cemetery, the only thing I'd like to say about cemetery, and I don't know if this is a budget item, but we have to do something about that flagpole area. It is an absolute eyesore, looks awful. So we gotta clean that up or cement it and don't do anything there. But the mulch out there looks terrible. There's no plantings out there. The lights that light the flagpole are and have been broken. So actually we're having an illegal flag policy flag. So I would love to see us, and it wouldn't be a huge expense. Get the garden club, get somebody, maybe Rotary Club could take it on as a project, something, and it would be no expense. But even if it is an expense, it wouldn't be that much to just clean up that area, get the lights working, put a couple benches in there. And it came to my attention that the Wreaths Across America program that they, DAR had out there, and it looked awful, other than what they did to kind of spruce it up for that event. So anyway, just saying.
I didn't realize it had gotten that bad.
Well, I mean, not that it looks, I mean, you're not gonna ride through and say, oh my gosh, it looks horrible, but it's
See,
just,
I don't ride by there.
it
I
just,
don't
I mean,
ride by.
it's just old mulch, nothing else. And then there's a couple spotlights there, and I know at least one of them has been broken for a while, which is just in and of itself an issue. So it might be something we can fix tomorrow, you know, so. But I wouldn't mind seeing some nice
don't mind
planting, or
beautification.
landscaping, or benches or something that just, because it is an area that gets used, I know it gets used at Easter sunrise service and at a couple different things during the year.
See,
So I
they
just-
make columbarium benches too, you know, and there's some out there, I think.
One, they moved one a few
Yeah.
years ago too.
Right.
Yeah, and there was one there a couple years ago that kind of rotted and fell apart, right?
Well, they took one to Charlotte, they
Yeah,
came
they
loaded it up,
moved
and moved it to Charlotte.
So I don't think there's any benches there now.
Okay,
don't think
you want my
there's
beautification committee?
Well,
to work on it?
that's a general comment. Just, if we're gonna have that area, let's,
It needs to be fixed up.
I
They
mean, I
used
can't
to
say
keep
100%,
flowers
but
in it.
I know that I went and put mulch
We
out there
mulched it.
myself
Yeah.
when
Ted,
Don Alexander passed away.
Uh-huh.
That's the last
at
time.
the columbarium,
No, at the flagpole. At the flagpole. I personally went out there on a Friday morning, I think.
well, I'm just saying.
And that's
Well,
2 years ago, probably.
unless the light's been fixed, that light's been broken for
Yeah.
a long time. And I mean, that's not out. I mean, it's like laying over broken. Right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, just
Yeah,
a
we'll get
general
that
comment.
looked at.
All right. Okay,
Do we have bylaws? We have cemetery bylaws.
We got rules.
About things you can't have on the graves or ornamental things, those kind of things, but nothing about flagpole.
one thing, the contract services, is that staying the same, or we same contractor for the next year that we've had?
Yeah,
And no increase?
Two more
Was it-
2 more years. I think it's every 3 years.
Okay, so he's on a 3-year
Yeah,
contract,
so he-
okay.
he can't increase.
Is that all going well? I mean,
Yeah.
everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Is that it for Chris?
I think that's it.
That's it.
We got recreation
Thank y'all.
now.
Saving the
Hey,
best for last.
Best for last.
I don't know, you see,
Huh?
Chris was the main event, so I don't know what.
Thank you, Chris.
Mine's quick.
Thank you.
Mine's quick.
Well,
Mine is very fast.
Was the city employee of the year get to go last? Is that what happened?
It was hard.
Page 58, 58.
Page 68.
68.
You ain't even.
I mean,
right.
68.
69.
That's close.
No, I got mine.
Yeah, 68.
68. Very bad, y'all. I got something for you, personnel file.
I'm over here extracting minutes before they're even said.
Who put my book together? 'Cause I do not have a page 58.
68.
68.
68.
I don't have a page 58. Okay.
Really?
Sure. So, you know,
Is it a graph?
no, I just go,
Sometimes the graphs
I
don't.
go from Pal Bill 57 to Pal Bill 59. So,
Oh,
just saying.
I just previously went,
We can't tell you what that was.
Well, anyway.
All right, 68.
I think basically everything
Yeah.
is pretty much the same,
I
but,
don't have 58 either.
but a couple line items that we did increase on here. You see it, 2610.
I see you requested 107, only got 67. What happened there?
Where you at?
Salary.
Yeah, Clarence Bowers is out, you know, so he's not in that, in recreation anymore.
So he went to,
He's out on the injured, he's injured and been out. But he's in street department, he's not going back to recreation. He used to be in recreation.
We're not gonna replace him.
yeah, we're not replacing that.
No, what we're doing is we're staying, used to have Lance and another full-time. We're staying with just Lance full-time, and then we have Bobby Dale staying part-time, and then this summer, as soon as school's out, Austin Treadway comes and helps, part-time, for 2 months, basically.
Yeah.
Help cut grass and do all that. So we're just staying with the part-time people.
Need your lawnmower,
The only thing that he is requesting is obviously another lawnmower, because that's the biggest part of their work, obviously.
Yeah.
They cut a lot of grass.
And we y'all did grant us one last year that replaced one of our John Deere's that was 20 years old. And we're trying to replace the other one that's about 19 years old. And then we'll have 3 great lawnmowers that should last, 20 more years.
So you've got 2 good ones now, plus one that we're replacing now.
Correct.
To give you 3 good ones.
And that should last us a good, again, like that y'all mentioned earlier with Paul down at Public Works, he's great. He saves us so much just on, for instance, we had a clutch go out on one the other day, and us, $600 is a lot of money to fix this, but he saved us probably $1,200 to add on to that $600 with him being able to do that instead of us taking it to James River. So he really helps us with our equipment as well down there.
What does Bobby Dale and Stan do?
Cut grass, line off ball fields. Stan works at the gym a lot during basketball season.
We'll rotate their hours, like when we have our indoor programs going on. Stan, instead of working during the day 4 hours, he'll come in and work that night shift at the gym supervisor for 4 hours.
Stan's good about, if he need an extra tractor, he'll bring his tractor,
Yeah.
right?
He does.
He does
brings
bring
some
his own equipment.
He
some.
brings equipment.
And he doesn't have any problem with the flexible hours. He'll work
Nah,
whenever you need
He
him.
will work whenever we need him to work.
Because obviously in the winter, we're not cutting grass or anything like that. So he'll, instead of coming in, to do that or line off ball fields, he just comes in and works the gate at the basketball gym.
Now, he may come in, basically he's set on part-time hours. We try to stay, anywhere from 25 to 28 hours part-time. So we'll stagger Stan's hours on things like that, whether it be winter or summer, to meet those needs.
Okay.
We do still have the YMCA contribution staying the same in here. All that's staying the same. And like I said, the large benefit there is they do run the pool. They buy the chemicals, they pay the lifeguards, they do all that. Plus, we get the benefit of city employees getting a huge reduction. Family plan is like $22 for a membership. So I think that's a huge benefit to the employees of the city. So all that stays the same.
When city employees also can use the pool free too. They, you know, if you're employed with the city, you can get in the swimming pool free. They don't charge.
So the YMCA contribution, explain that to me, and is that a year-to-year
Yeah,
contract? or how
we've
we do
done
it?
that. I mean, I think years ago it was a lot higher than that.
Yeah, 70-something.
Yeah, so
I
it's,
mean, when I was mayor before, we established a relationship with Y, and it was a total win-win for both groups, but I just didn't know how it works now, so.
well, like I said, the big thing, the number one thing they do now is they run and manage the swimming pool, pay lifeguards, they buy the chemicals, everything.
They get, but they get all the gate, all the concessions, everything?
That's right.
Out down
That's
there?
right.
Okay.
That's right.
At one time, they were running like the basketball program for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we started.
Yeah, you know, honestly, the Y was not very good at running programs. They wasn't. That was not their bread and butter. That's why I think we're better off having our own basketball league, our own, you know, our own baseball league. You know, they never really got involved with baseball or softball. I would say basketball. But y'all, I can remember
Soccer too.
They rarely did that. I mean, we went years and didn't even have a basketball program when we turned it over to the Y. It was not a good
But
situation.
it was relatively non-existent.
It was non-existent.
I mean, it wasn't Lance knows, he was here. You know, we don't have near the program we had today. I mean, we got so much more incredible.
Oh yeah, I
programs.
mean, the programs here, I mean, they're actually a lot bigger than they were 25 years ago. And it's huge, and it's only gonna grow. I mean, it's gonna get bigger.
But like I said, the benefit, and I love our partnership as far as, like I said, the pool and the benefit of city employees being able to utilize the YMCA at a, you know, extremely low rate.
I mean, what would it?
Well, per cap, we're offering more in the city of Cherryville or right at any other Parks and Rec or any other city in Gaston County. Now, of course, we're a lot smaller as far as the overall picture, but we're offering the same amount that everybody else is offering, if not more than some.
What would you think just the pool? If the Y wasn't running the pool, what would it cost us to run the pool?
I just think the pool, I think we're getting out a lot cheaper paying this
Oh,
$38,000 than.
It couldn't be nowhere less than $100,000 a year.
Correct.
Well, plus the fact you can't hire lifeguards.
No.
anymore.
I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, it
I
would
was
be,
gonna say,
it's a win-win
Yeah.
for us if we want to keep a swimming pool open.
I
You-
want
you
no
just
part of
can't-
that
You
pool.
just can't find lifeguards anymore.
Yeah, and plus the
But
chemicals.
speaking about that,
One thing that the city too, the Y gets by with a lot easier than we would, they're only open 3 days, 3 or 4 days. Whereas if the city takes back over, the citizens are gonna be calling y'all, well, the pool ain't open on Friday, the pool, I mean, it's one of those, we're coming out a lot cheaper.
so the pool's open when at the Y's discretion, right?
Yeah.
But now they did start opening more.
They
when we
did,
got-
4 days this
When we
week.
got the splash pad going,
splash
they
pad,
did open more, and we'll open the splash pad every day. And matter of fact, we're trying to get, he was supposed to come today, actually, he might have come, to open the splash pad back up, and then we'll start opening this weekend is what our goal is. And the splash pad's easy, you know, we have the fence where we can lock it where people can't access the pool. They can go in, they can use the splash pad, we set it on a timer, and it cuts on and off at a certain time, so.
And it was heavily used last year.
The only question I've heard from citizens is the fee to use the pool for a citizen versus a non-citizen. So anybody that walks in those gates pays to use the pool, correct?
No.
Unless you're a city employee.
Or
Or
if
a
you're a YMCA member,
YMCA member.
you pay a lesser amount, I believe.
Correct.
Is it, you don't pay at all?
Yeah.
I can't remember. So
Okay.
YMCA member doesn't pay.
But citizens of Cherryville pay.
So if you're
Citizens of Cherryville pay.
And they pay a reduced rate.
Which they would pay if we were running it, or we wouldn't be able to operate.
Right.
I mean, it's,
But they pay less than a non-citizen, or do they?
YMCA members are free.
YMCA members are free, Cherryville citizens pay a rate,
I don't-
but if I'm a
City
if I'm a
employees are
citizen of
free.
Lincoln And
I
that's
don't
how
think
use
we
our pool.
distinguish difference.
They don't
No,
distinguish
they're not.
citizen versus
Citizen
non-citizen.
versus non-citizen, cause how you gonna do that?
Yeah,
Well, I
no.
don't know, but
Yeah.
that's, I've heard that comment.
No, if you're coming in from Lincoln, not a Wham, you're gonna pay, there's no difference.
A
in the
charitable
pay.
citizen versus a non-charitable citizen.
Correct,
Not a YMCA member, they're paying the same fee.
correct, yes.
And that fee is,
$5 maybe?
Five?
5, I think.
okay. I just, I mean, I have a little bit of a problem with that, but I certainly understand we've got to charge, but I'd love to see a citizen rate versus a non-citizen rate. But that's.
And you know, I mean, there's a lot of towns that do that, even with their basketball sports, their soccer sports, and stuff like that. You'll have a citizen of Lincoln and Cherryville rate,
Right.
and then a non.
Right.
I mean, like if we charge $50 to play baseball for citizens, it may be 70 for non-citizens to play.
But you gotta think about economic development too. You got people coming into town that wouldn't normally come here, restaurants, gasoline, convenience stores, that kind of stuff. So
Right.
they're bringing some revenue in
Yeah.
by coming here to do
I
that.
just think our citizens deserve a little bit of a discount.
Yeah, I agree with you. The only problem is determining, you know,
Well, yeah, but maybe we can talk to the Y. I mean, let them
I
figure
was
it
going
out.
to say,
That's
we're
all
not,
we need.
we're not paying to operate the pool.
Right,
That's a lie.
right.
So it's,
Well, anyway.
our
I mean, I'm not
taxpayers
saying get in
aren't
free.
paying to
'cause
operate the pool.
And that was proven with the Y basketball, because everybody came in and paid $5 a head.
$2,
Yeah.
To go in there and watch a basketball game, so
Yeah.
being able to use the pool, you should have to pay something, I guess, right? But I'd still love to see our citizens get some kind of discount, since it is a City of Cherryville sponsored pool, but anyway. All right, anything else for recreation, questions?
and like I said, the big thing is a lawnmower. That's it. pretty
No, it
much.
sounds like that's needed if you're
Yeah.
running a 19-year-old piece of equipment down there.
Lawnmowers don't last forever. Doing a good job.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hudson. All right, where are we heading now, Mr. Dalton?
We've already talked a little bit about it, obviously, with, well, the electric rate. I'm saying, this budget includes passing on that 3% increase. So I think if we look at,
We're going through all of our rates.
yeah, if you just look at, if you go back to electric fund rates and that
Let's-
tab
let's
at the
hit that-
back,
Let's hit that general fund rate first.
which one you wanna go to?
The page prior,
Page prior to what?
prior to electric fund.
Okay,
rates.
I'm sorry.
The general fund
Yeah.
rates.
Tax rate, that's the big one. Obviously, we're not pushing for a tax rate increase at all. 48 cents on the 100, keeping it the same. The vehicle tag fee is the same, the $10 per vehicle. Landfill fees, you saw that those are going up again. And then when we get to the sanitation, the containers, we're at $15 per container, and that's where I was talking about
Yeah, that's what I want.
that we need to look at possibly going up on that a little bit, I think. Because like I said, the big thing is with fuel cost and having to go all the way to Philadelphia Church Road, plus the increases that they're passing on to us with landfill fees, that I think we need to keep ourselves in a good position and to keep that fund healthy. We need to look at going up a little bit, and we're still extremely cheap compared to everybody else.
I know you mentioned, I mean, let's go ahead, do you wanna go ahead and talk about that? Or-
Oh, yeah, I'm good with talking
Or
about
do you
it.
wanna look at, I mean, I just heard 24 and 35, or I heard 24
I mean,
7 years ago. Yeah, and then.
me personally, I'm good if we just go up $2.
17, 20,
$17.
and 20 for commercial.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And then obviously it stays the same as far as that's an inside city rate. If you live outside, it's double.
Still 2 times, right?
Yeah.
Does anybody have any opinion of that? I like it. I mean,
Do a motion if you are.
Well, yeah, you'll do that at the whole budget.
Yeah, I mean, you'll just do your,
Yeah.
I mean, this will
Okay.
be your,
Just change
based
it
on your
on
recommendation, we're
proposed
just
budget.
changing
Gotcha.
these
Okay.
numbers
That's right.
from 15 and 18 to 17 and 20.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And then when we vote on the budget in June, at the June meeting, that's when that will be in there.
Okay.
And like I said, I think that puts us in a good position as well going forward that, hey, that might bring in another $60,000 in revenue, say, and it helps offset some of these increases. Plus, we setting some money aside to help replace that sanitation truck the next budget year.
And it's, but it's only $24 per
Correct.
year to the customer,
Correct.
which 24 is 24,
Yeah.
but it's still greatly cheaper than if
Yeah.
we privatize it.
Yeah.
When you're still talking about basically $4.25 a week to get your trash picked up, that's a pretty
So
good.
basically, what our customers are gonna see on their monthly bill is gonna be maybe a $5 increase, including the 3% electric, plus the $2 here. I'm looking at their monthly bill, what
Yeah.
they're
Bottom,
gonna,
the bottom line,
Yeah,
Bottom
bottom
line.
line, it'd be less than $5, but yes, yeah, no more.
for a typical.
Typical bill, I would say it'd be less than $5.
New replacement containers staying the same?
Yeah,
You just bumped that.
we would recommend that stay the same, and you know, that's something we just implemented a year ago, basically. It's because we would order these containers, say we ordered 300 of them, it was $20,000 basically. So we'd have people calling, hey, you know, my trash can, or I've backed into my trash can, I've tore it up, can I get a new one? So we're taking a new trash can out there. So basically we've copied what everybody else does, and we charge for that canister. Now, they own it when they buy it, it's theirs. But,
What do you do if somebody steals it?
well,
It's theirs.
It's-
Oh,
it's
you mean
theirs.
somebody steals
It's
it.
theirs. They still gonna have to pay for it. Yeah. Because I can't sit here and,
They do a police report,
yeah.
they can file a police report.
you have to put the police on that.
You know,
It happened to me when I had that.
and I'm not saying that doesn't happen, cause I know it does.
I got a brand new one, it was gone in like
That's
2
covered
days.
in our existing policy. Right.
Yeah.
Special garbage pickup?
That's where when people puts a lot of items out at the road, that's where somebody like Chris or Gary, they'll go by and say, okay, that's a $25 load or a $100 load. And that's when, you know, they're putting mattresses.
I think that number's incredibly low.
Oh, it's extremely low. I'll go ahead and tell you.
So do we have any, suggestions on increasing those numbers?
I'm gonna let Chris answer that.
What I would love to do is do like the city of Shelby does. They do a bulk item pickup in the spring and do one in the fall. They don't pick up mattresses year round. We make a route each week, and that costs us, it's 2 or 3 trips to the landfill each week. And I don't know that we could get to that point, but, and every load doesn't charge. I mean, if you put a mattress out, we won't charge you for that.
I mean, I guess I understand it would be, so that's the only time they pick it up?
That's the only time the city of Shelby does it.
Yeah, I mean, but like, so if I want anything in my house, I mean, I can pile up as much as I want and they'll get it
That's the way I understand
on
it.
those 2 days. But if I put something else on the road in the middle of those 2 days, do they just don't touch it, or
You have to take it to the dump yourself.
you take it yourself? Yeah.
I don't know that we'll ever get to that point, but I do think that $3 probably needs to go right now. Because some people use it a lot, every week.
Well, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, I'm paying for a 40-yard dumpster right now. And I'm telling you what, it ain't,
Well, that's a different.
close to this. What was it?
Yeah.
The $3 is your yard waste. That's completely different. This here is mattresses and
Or if I put just anything.
whatever.
I stack 20 boxes on the side of the road,
Yeah.
who knows what has in it.
Yeah.
You'll pick it up for $25 or $50.
Yeah.
Something like a mattress or a chair or a recliner, couch, we don't charge anything for that.
Yeah.
They just grab it up and we eat that.
Yeah, see that, I mean, I think these numbers are low.
And we got some kind
I agree.
people that ride around in these
Yes.
neighborhoods. They got my used oven yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, there are people that go around,
I mean,
especially over the weekend.
All my stuff gets.
I mean, do you have any suggestions?
It wasn't out there 3 hours, and here they come picking it up.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I would feel comfortable doubling every one of them, to be honest with you. The 25 being 50, the 50 being 175. I mean, cause to be honest, we had, I'm not gonna say the name, but we had one individual put, it was the length of his lot.
Yeah.
He piled stuff up at the road. And we told him it's $100. That's our highest rate. But I'll guarantee you, it cost us, if he would have taken that to the dump himself or the landfill himself, it'd have probably been $500 or $600.
Or if he'd have got a private container or company,
that's,
it'd have been $500.
Yeah,
Or 200 to drop it, 300 to drop it, whatever.
I mean, we.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing to maybe take some pressure off of Chris is that, how do we define that? You know, to me, it's just like, it's kind of arbitrary now. Is that a $25 load or a $50 load or is it a $100 load?
As far as how much room in the truck it's gonna take up,
Right.
or density. If it's heavy construction debris, it's gonna weigh more, that's how we get charged by the tonnage.
Right.
So, and construction debris, they actually charge us more at the landfill for.
Is there I mean, I like the doubling the fee, but I also like the top end, there being some kind of quantification of the maximum. Cause like you say, you might have somebody have 5 truckloads of stuff out in their yard and we're only gonna charge them maybe $200, now $100. That's crazy. So I think there needs to be some max that we say, we'll pick it up, but you're gonna pay for it. But if it's over this, we might still pay for it, but we're gonna charge what it costs us. 5 truckloads going to, cause I remember, and I go back, it's been 10 years ago, I renovated a little house and I put out a lot of stuff on the road. I mean, a ton of stuff. It probably filled up one of the city trucks. But I called City Hall and said, I'm putting this out here, will y'all pick it up? Oh yeah. And they charged me the max. I guess at that time was $100, which it would have cost me easily 500 to 1,000 to get that stuff taken off. But I was like, well, shoot, yeah, I'll do that all day long. I don't know. Y'all, I think y'all think about that. I don't know if we need to hash it out today, but y'all think about some kind of maximum, because if you get into the guy putting the stuff all the way down this property line again, I just think we say, hey, no, we'll do it, but we're gonna charge you for it, like really charge you, not based on just $100.
We do $100 plus.
Yes.
The time to the landfill, the man hours, the
Yeah.
fuel, the wear and tear.
There needs to be an excessive above and beyond these standards.
What do you think about that, Chris?
If we set a chair,
$100 plus.
if we set a chair on the curb, how much do we pay?
$25.
Yeah.
A lot of it's, like I said, not the weight, but you know, somebody could have a truckload of whatever pillows out there, cardboard boxes. It's not gonna weigh much, but it's gonna fill the truck up and we have to drive it to the landfill.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're gonna get charged $50.
Okay. Why don't, yeah, I
But
like
if
that.
somebody fills it up with furniture and it's gonna be a lot more, then you can charge more.
Yeah, I like that top end, having a plus to it, and then that can be established by staff. Or per occasion.
Yeah.
Right, and I like the idea of doubling these numbers too.
Yeah, because I mean, $25 is dirt cheap. I mean, really, we should be charging more than that if we just pick up one chair.
Can y'all just get
You
together?
can make it 200
can.
plus.
Yeah, we can.
All right, okay, now
Who
the,
pays for what you have to pick up at the Cherryville Ministries that gets dumped on the sidewalk?
That's another.
It is. It's a
And you know,
mess.
and Cherryville Ministries has done everything they can possibly do to
Stop
prevent that,
I know.
but it still happens.
It was closed Sunday, you know, it's closed, and somebody had dumped a couch that I wouldn't have put a dog on. And it was tore up. And then I thought, y'all gonna have to go get it.
Yeah, and that's a problem because we can't sit there and charge Cherryville Ministries for that.
No.
And that individual has got out of paying it altogether.
And it probably came from some up the country. They
Yeah,
just
and that's
bought it
very
and
possible
dumped
too.
it.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
all right, electric rates?
Like I said, we've already talked about the electric rates as far as passing on the 3% rate increase.
So that's the only thing changing?
Yeah, that's the only thing changing, you know.
Meter fees, et cetera, all
We-
staying the same?
we actually changed some of this on the underground service, like in years past. So all that's fine, I believe. So really, it's, the only thing that's changing is just the 3% rate increase, and that's for every rate, residential, industrial, everything.
What about the fee just to, give them a, what do you call it, a hookup out of the road?
Temporary.
No, I'm talking about a new house. Where you open up and allow them to hook their, I guess I'm thinking about water. No,
Okay.
never mind.
Well, we do
kicking in.
tent poles. We
What's
do
that?
tent poles.
Yeah.
Electric tent
Right.
poles.
Yeah.
That wasn't what I was thinking about though.
Okay.
Next thing will be your water rates. We're not proposing any change to this. It's still $17 basic facilities charge. The $6.50 per thousand after that, you know, and then obviously sewer is the same. And you know, you got your inside and outside, it's double for outside city limit. All that stays the same. One thing that Dixie and I talked about, and this come up, you know, we're doing the force main down at Ballard Pump Station right now, but we're also going to tap on to Cleveland County water so we can run a water line down to the pump station.
Tap fees is what I was thinking about.
Cleveland County charges an application fee. So when you come and you want to get service, you know, whether it be you're building a house, buying a house, whatever, they charge a $25 application fee for their service for water. So what we talked about is it would be good for us to do that, and we come up with an application fee, and we have a form they fill out, and this will be for all utilities. It'd be $25, and that would cover your water, your sewer, your electric, everything. It would cover everything, but it would be an application fee. And that way we don't, because what happens is we get a lot of people that are moving. You know, they live in this house for a month or two, they move to this house, and they're just transferring services all the time. And they might even owe something, you know, now they can't get another service in their name if they still owe something. But this way it would basically compensate for us having to do those applications and get those
Administrative
services.
side,
Yeah.
paperwork side,
Yeah.
just doing
it.
Right.
And like I
Well,
said, it's a one-time thing, you know, you do it one time when you get your service.
But it's $25 for all services.
All services.
Is initiating any city
It's
service.
just that application.
Yeah.
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 So is that,
That's
reflected
not in this budget,
It's
but that's
not,
something
yeah.
that we just talked about the other day, and like I said, we talked about it because when we were getting this tap from Cleveland County, you know, they give us this paperwork for an application fee, and that's a good idea. It's a great idea.
So that would be added to just the rate fee?
That would be just
Yeah.
added
On
to the
the
general
the
rate.
last session,
Yeah.
rate and fee sum.
Yep. So we would just add that to
To the other fees.
the other fees as far as an
You're planning to
application,
do that before we vote on this? budget?
before we vote on it
So we can
in
go ahead and do
June.
that.
Let me ask a question about that Cleveland County interconnect. The houses along Paul Beam Road where we have the water line, can they apply to us to tap into our water?
No, it's Cleveland County's water line.
Okay, that's Cleveland County's water line, so
Yeah.
we won't service any of those people.
No, they would still service them. Only the interconnect, that line would just be if we need water or want to buy water from them, we can just.
But
get the
we
water.
can't serve any, okay,
It's like the Lincoln.
okay.
Even if it's in Gaston County?
Mm-mm.
In our
Nice.
TJ?
Well, we have to try anyway, we have to try. Same way with Lincoln County too, I guess.
Any other questions on rates? Comments on rates? All right.
And you can see there, 2026 city fees, you know, it starts with copies and late fees and all that type of stuff. What the actual fees are, and that's what we're proposing for everything. Well, that's a lot of what we went over as well.
On the last page, tap fees. Is it? It's more expensive for a commercial tap, isn't it?
Well,
It would depend on the size of it.
it's the
I think.
size of it.
Yeah, it's usually a commercial tap is over 1 inch, so you're gonna do the actual cost including labor plus 50%. So Chris is nice enough to figure up that bill,
Okay.
and it can be upwards of, I don't remember the last one, I think it was.
Last one's 5-star, I remember, it was 6,000 maybe?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I just remember when I did, what was 90s building, $2,400 for that one. And I thought they were gonna run it to my property line, but they did it at the road and I had to do $5,000 for the pipe laying in there to get it to my land, to my building. But
Just looking at this, so like, for example, we're getting ready to do a 1 inch tap
You had mentioned
on that Cleveland
something
County water.
about
It's $1,900 for their tap. Ours is only $1,200, so we're $700 less.
that's residential.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you ain't gonna see many 1 inch residential. Most of them's 3/4 inch.
3/4 inch.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Their 3/4 was 12, huh?
Holland Street, it's about 1,200 feet off the road.
So it's
Yeah.
long ways, and they'll ask for 1 inch.
Well, they have to run it from their house to the road. That's-
We'll get it off the road and then they'll have to go the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And you know, that's why we had to increase that tap to a 1 inch, because it's going like 4,000 feet. So we had to go from a 3/4 inch to a 1 inch.
Yeah, the funny thing about that interconnect is the $3 million was our grant, but it got it got us an interconnect.
You got us an interconnect, and we're
But-
getting the other 800,000 too.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, we
it's
we
our
still got
money.
something out of it. We
Yeah, but we're not getting any customers.
yeah,
You can't blame me for trying, you can't blame us for trying.
but it's still a good deal for us because we have that safety net.
And it got our Lincoln rate down too, right?
That's right, and it
Yeah,
got our
we
Lincoln
do
rate
have
down.
it.
So, no, it was absolutely a good deal, 100%. And we got 800,000.
We're good on rates, fees?
What's that?
We're good on.
I'm good if y'all are.
Okay.
So these fees right here's gonna change.
Yeah,
now.
well, some of them, yeah. But that's all the fees
Right.
right there.
Are we leaving the taps alone?
Yeah.
Good job.
How about
You good with the budget?
What is it?
building community room?
Those county zoning fees are giving me heartburn. That's just kinda giving me some heartburn.
They are a little bit higher.
I
but
know, that's
they
just
are.
giving me some heartburn.
But you gotta remember too, how many times are you gonna go apply for a variance? How many times does anybody apply for a variance? Very, very rarely does that
Well, I
happen.
know on the variance, but even on just the regular,
Well, but
permit.
even on building a house, I mean, you're gonna build a house one time, basically. I mean, you know, now the home builder out here that's building 10 or 15, yes, they're gonna pay a little bit more, you know, because
it just kinda gave me sticker shock there at first.
they are higher, they are.
But just the zoning permit.
Yeah, but just the zoning
You're
permit.
still paying the
You're
building
still paying the
permit.
building.
And that's not changing a penny.
That's not changing anything. And you know, like I said, ours is $100, say, for a zoning permit right now, and theirs is $300.
From 100 to 300. But you know, like you say, it doesn't happen that often, but I just,
Now, and like I said, that's the high end stuff. You know, just putting a deck on or doing something minor is not, or putting a building up, it's based off the size of the building. So it comes way down. It's not $300 for a zoning permit, so to speak, for that.
What about when they have a change of use? Like a
They got,
commercial building?
they've got a fee.
So do we still need to send them, like we used to send them to Richard, we'll send everything to the county
The
first?
county,
If
they
they
have-
wanna come in and change,
Yeah, if it'd be a change of use.
how do we know that it's a change of use?
If it's a different business.
Yeah,
If it's
but
a
I
new
mean, if
business.
somebody's coming in, any new business needs to go
Yeah.
down there, period.
Mhm.
Okay, so if they come in and say, I wanna change his name to
Mhm.
Joe Blow.
I
Okay.
would think so. I would think they'd need a zoning permit. I mean, cause that's what they do
Okay.
here.
Right,
They have
that's
to
why
go- yeah.
we have,
Just have to check, make sure it's zoned right.
so they need, any business needs to go start at Gaston County
Mhm.
and show us something when they get back up here.
Yeah, you'd go through they'd go through their change
I
of
just
use.
wanted to be able to
Yeah.
tell the ladies up front.
Yeah, and like, basically, instead of sending them to Richard, you would send them to Gaston
Okay.
County.
Anything else on our general rates or rates or fees? All right, now where we're headed.
Do you wanna talk about some of the lists that you,
Well, did we go over all the, I guess just the general admin?
well, yeah, we didn't go over administration, did we?
No, we didn't.
We didn't go over administration, I'm sorry. Well, let me just start with this. If you go to page 8, you know, we went over individual departments just now. If you go to page 8 there, you'll see that the current budget that we're in is the $18,777,275. The budget that we just proposed to you for 26-27 is $18,362,453. So that includes the 3% increase in electric. That includes the 2% cost of living. Now, some of that will come down just a little bit, like the $10,000 that we took out for the flock cameras. What else did we take out? Well, the service truck. Say we go with the lease. You know, it's not going to be 100,000. It's going to be 7,000. Stuff like that. So that number is going to come down even more. So when you look at it, we're still going to be probably at least $500,000 less in this coming year's budget than we are in the budget we're presently in.
So 2 or 3% decrease.
Yeah. Well, and let me say, the other, you know, the thing that we're still gonna be fighting for the next month is gonna be your health insurance.
Health insurance.
Just trying to figure that out. You know, so anything we can get below 15% is a win. Yes, that'll go away, but did you have Richard's salary or anything in here? Okay, so
I've
see
left
that,
everything.
you know what I'm saying, that'll go away too.
Okay.
So it,
Okay,
yeah,
that'll offset.
yeah. What we was talking about is, on the revenue side, if we do go to the county with the zoning, the revenues that we brought in from permits, that will go away. I think this year we're only at like 9 or 10,000 maybe. I mean, we're not substantial. But the other thing that's gonna go away is what we've paid Richard in salary. That will go away as well. So it's
Is
gonna be.
is that what I'm seeing on 15, the zoning fees?
Yes.
4,500?
Yes,
So that.
That'll go to zero.
that'll go to zero.
Projected 20,000.
Yeah.
Or we have proposed in this budget, but that will zero out.
Right.
But also his salary will zero out as well, so.
Right, so part-time, right? He's the only one that got part-time in June.
Yeah, that's it.
So that 29 will go away.
Yeah.
And really, we spent 31 this year.
Yeah, on his.
To year to date.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything in the general administration budget?
Administration, I don't remember any changes really.
Service charge.
Service
Going up
charge.
on all that.
Uh,
That was in electric.
You talking about the credit card? One thing, if you remember, about a year or so ago, when we had to change systems, credit card fees and debit card fees and all that. What we didn't realize and what's happened is, yes, we pass on $2.50, but what we've had happen is people go online. People might go online, and let's say they have 10 properties. They go online and they pay the bill for those 10 properties, and they only pay one $2.50 charge, so we're losing on those other 9. So it's hitting us pretty good.
Are they paying the total of the 10?
Or
Individual 10?
No, they're paying $1,250 for 10
Yeah.
bills.
For 10 bills.
But
There's
what I'm
no
saying, are
charge.
they adding those 10 bills up and having one
charge.
One charge.
On one
Yes.
charge, yeah.
Correct.
One payment.
So
So
they're
when they pay that one payment, we're only getting $250
one time, I understand
So
that.
it's,
If it's a $5,000 bill, we're getting charged a percent, 1.8% of that bill.
Okay,
So it's not a fee based on each payment, it's based on a percentage of it.
Yes.
For us, it is.
Right.
For them, it's a convenience fee to pay.
You know, the average citizen out here paying the average bill, $250 is fine.
Yeah.
But what hurts us is when one of our big industrial customers goes online and pays a $25,000 bill, and they only pay $250. It's killing us.
So we're just, I mean, the easiest thing to do is just go to a percentage, right? Or instead of a flat rate.
The minimum of
Well,
250.
Yeah.
We can,
Yeah, with a minimum of 250, right?
we can.
so what
Or-
does
or
the
what's
city
the
have to
fix?
pay for a $25,000?
Right now, right now per month, we're paying 10 grand per month in credit card fees.
Yeah.
And we're getting about 4,000 of that back from the
So
customer.
we're losing
Okay.
6,000.
So
Okay.
we're losing $6,000.
Yeah, we're losing. I'd
And
say,
and
And
it
we've
really,
got
it
more
really
of the-
just happened because of
The new
one
system.
big
Well-
customer that used to never pay online. They started paying online. So
gotcha.
that got us.
Yeah.
That's what threw the numbers.
Well, I mean, can y'all just work out a fair, I mean, we don't wanna gouge people, but still, it's gotta be equitable,
No.
right? I mean, I don't know what the answer is,
Yeah. I just know the ladies up front's gonna get hit pretty bad, cause, I mean, whatever we do, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
With
Sorry.
us taking their money and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they don't like that they get charged $250 when they come in our door.
People gonna complain.
Yeah.
I just wonder,
it's just for credit card transactions.
They wouldn't be charged $250 if they pay it inside.
if they use a
No.
card.
Yeah. If
they
they
use
use
the
the
card.
card.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
if
don't
they use
matter if
the
it's debit,
card.
credit, don't matter.
Okay.
Now, if you
yeah.
pay, if you pay with check or cash, yes, there's no fee.
Yeah.
of course.
Or draft.
Or
Put your
draft.
in.
Oh, yeah.
But we've had a big adoption of web payments and IVR, and this text to pay is huge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if we can distinguish like, the average bill, let's just say $200, big deal. They pay the $250, everybody's okay. If we go to, if your bill's a minimum amount, you have to pay the percentage. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to.
If we could do that, that might solve our problem.
I think that's the best route to go.
Or if it's, I mean, just,
Yeah.
or not just if you pay by credit card, you pay the 1.8, whatever it costs.
Well, that's a utility, see, that's a special rate for us, that we're a utility, because if you run like a cemetery receipt on the credit card, it's 3.75%.
Well, can we not differentiate
So,
that when we accept a
I
payment?
mean,
Well, that's not.
they do now, they differentiate the utility and the,
Cemetery.
but it would, I think it goes up to like, it would be 2%. I'd have to look, but
Well, or,
I think it's gonna go up, the fee's gonna go up a little bit more because it's a special rate that utility company gets for absorbing the fees. So,
I mean, to me, that'd be easiest and fairest. You can pay by card, but we charge a blank percent for credit card. You know, pay by check or cash, fine, but, and then that way we pass on exactly what we're paying. It's a
And-
total wash.
Yeah.
They owe
And-
us $200, we get $200, and they suffer the
if you go that route and you don't absorb the fee, then it can go straight to the credit card company. I wouldn't even have to pass it through us. If you don't absorb the fee for any customer, it goes straight to the credit card company.
I mean, they charge they charge whatever percentage,
Whatever percentage.
and it doesn't pass through us at all.
Yes.
It just goes to them,
The only reason it's passing through us is because we're absorbing.
because we're not charging,
We're
we're not
charging
charging the
the
exact amount,
convenience
we're just.
fee.
Just quit doing that.
So the easy
Sounds
thing to
easiest.
do is just do the percent.
Pass
Fairest,
through it.
easiest.
If they're
simplest.
wanting us to do that.
Well, if y'all
Yeah.
figure that out as being the easiest and
Yeah.
efficient and fairest, I think that's.
Cause then
Losing money,
that
that's a
20 grand
no-brainer.
goes away.
Yeah, this was about a month or two ago that we
Yeah.
found this out on one of our big
Big
customers,
customers.
and it was game changer as far as.
Yes.
Okay, what else in this then?
Trying to think. Administration, that's about it.
Can I ask a question about Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Sure.
Does, the league not offer insurance?
They will not allow anybody to sign up. The league got out of it. Let me say that. The league got
They
out of it.
used to- they used to be
They
in.
used to do it, but last year the league got out completely. They're done with the insurance business. There used to be a system where municipalities could sign on to the state health fund.
Okay.
They don't even do that anymore.
They don't do that
They've got
anymore?
out of it. And the reality is, health insurance it's a mess right now.
It's a mess, I know.
It is an absolute mess.
Okay, well, I was hoping maybe the league was still in it.
Yeah, the league got out altogether last year.
Okay. Okay.
You know, because that was one of the things that we talked to Billy about, was exploring, trying to sign on to the state health plan to make it a little better price, but they won't even take any more members.
Okey-dokey, okay.
And you know, that's what we'll probably end up, you know, last year, I think, which it was really unheard of, the deductible that we had. At one time, it was $1,000. Last year, you know, to drive that increase down some, we went from $1,000 deductible to a $2,500 deductible, which is still extremely low. So I don't know if we're gonna have to, you know, visit that again, or what we're gonna have to end up doing. We'll just wait and see what the other carriers say. and go from
Okay.
there.
Okay.
It's awful, isn't it? Trying to find the best for, especially our employees.
And you know, everybody fights the same battle, but like we said, City of Gastonia, they don't even offer what we offer. Like, you know, we have a PPO where you got a copay and whatever. To my understanding, they still only do the health savings accounts.
Really?
That's it. And obviously that's not as good of plan as what we have. We have a very good plan, we do. But it's just getting to where, you know, it's a little over $1,000 right now for every employee for health insurance. And that's retirees too. And that was another thing that we're dealing with, and I think one of the carriers wasn't even gonna quote it at first because you can't have more than 10% of your total, number of people as being retirees, and we had like 11 or 12%, but they did say, we'll waive that, and we'll at least give you a quote, so.
All right, what else?
Only thing else that I can think of that I wanted to talk to you about, is, last year, one of the things we looked at, was trying to look at individual positions and getting them in line with other municipalities with similar positions as far as pay. I feel like we've done that for the most part.
Except for yours.
Well, I ain't worried about mine right now, but the one that really stands out as far as an employee that is pretty underpaid compared to other municipalities within Gaston County is Lance, our recreation director. And I'm just gonna give you some numbers here. Belmont Recreation Director, $94,000. Bessemer City Recreation Director, $90,000. Cramerton Recreation Director, $86,500. Dallas, $79,800. Stanley, $74,500. So, with the amount of hours that Lance is putting in with basketball and now being more involved with even the baseball and the softball, I was wanting to move him up to at least 70,000. So his is different than the 2% that was looking across the board. His would be, just to get him up where he's at least somewhat comparable to Stanley and Dallas at least. I'm not trying to compare to Belmont, obviously, because that's really not possible. Bessemer City, they have a recreation director that's been there for 35 years, so I'm really not even trying to compare to them. But I do feel like we need to get his salary up to at least be somewhat consistent with some of our other municipalities around.
Did you reflect that in this proposal?
It's not in here. It's not reflected here. I would have to go back and add that to the recreation line item for salaries.
What is it now?
He is at 62, so it would be an $8,000 increase.
Okay.
And like I said,
Is that enough, Lance?
Yeah, that's about, again, if I can speak, I am the only full-time in our department. You compare some of these other cities, your Dallas, your Stanley, they've got 3+ full-time employees in their departments as well, where, we are working ours with the same or more programs than most of ours with our 3 staff members and 2 of them part-time.
And also, the difference in revenue since Lance has come to the city as recreation director is basically we went from having 0 revenue from field rentals to now we're at $35,000-$40,000 a year. So
Most of that came in because his connections with the
correct.
directors.
So just the increase in revenue, I think it's justified to get his salary up just a little.
What about the donation from, not Piedmont anymore, but we're still gonna get some money, not till they start producing now, right?
What's that now?
Lithium.
Yeah, we don't get that.
Till they mine the first.
Yeah. If they ever start mining, that's when we would get the $500,000 per year for 20 years. But part of that is they have to be mining.
That might be years away.
Yeah.
Not something you've given them.
Last I heard, it's supposed to be 28, but who knows?
Yeah, that's.
All right, any other,
That's it as far as salaries, and then I know we've hit on some of this a little bit, about the lists that we talked about.
I mean, give me cover that.
If you want, yeah, I
met with Bryan and Dixie and kind of went over some things on my wish list, and I'm just throwing these out for consideration. I talked to them a good bit about some just general questions about our expenditures, and mainly because I review checks every week, is looking at some of the duplication, if you will, of efforts that we do between like each department has their own cleaning service, and I know we're maybe looking at that, you know, and different departments, you know, buying paper towels. Some may go to Amazon, some may go to Walmart, some may go to Cherryville Distributing, some may go to Webb Chemical or whatever. So I just had them, and that's an internal thing that it's not really affecting the budget, but I'll just, you know, hopefully we can realize some cost savings in the future on you know, one source shopping, so to speak, for all departments. If there is, and maybe in today's environment, there's not as much efficiencies on that, you know, because a roll of paper towels at Walmart versus Webb Chemical versus Matthew Dellinger's might all be the same. I don't know. And if that's the case, then about
Dealt with that with state contract working at Gaston College all those years. If we went and bought a roll of paper towels at Walmart, get them a heck of a lot cheaper than we could through the state contract.
I ran into that when they had back when I was mayor before, they had the water shortage here, and we were literally talking about rationing water and providing water to citizens, and we called, Jeff Cash called the state and found out that they could ship us a truckload of bottled water in here anytime we wanted it. Like, have it the next morning, but it was like 5 times the cost of us going to Food Line or wherever and buying a truckload of water. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, so. Yeah, so I'm maybe not the contractual type stuff, but just anyway, just streamlining some of this stuff. And you know, we're hardware. We buy at Ferguson's. We buy it off Amazon. We buy it even maybe some other hardware stores not in Cherryville. So I don't want to see that either. If we can get it in Cherryville, let's buy it in Cherryville, right? So and there's some other things on here too that I talked about, and those are just general operational day-to-day expenses that I wanted to look at. And then also, in full disclosure, asked them to look at employee benefits and insurance, and optional benefits, so to speak, versus mandated benefits. And one thing that is more of a policy thing is that is our retirement policy of when retirement kicks into effect. Now, this isn't going to change any existing employee, but looking down the future, because we have, and can y'all explain that better than I can, because y'all know it,
Yeah.
how we're paying. We have some retirees that we are paying for today that we're on the hook for them for 20 years until they hit some point in time. So
Yes, sir. We do have employees, obviously, that retired at a young age. Let's say they're 50 years old. They had their 30 years in, they retired. So we're on the hook, and we're gonna be paying those insurance benefits. We're gonna have to pay those insurance benefits the same as we do what a full-time employee has here at the city of Cherryville currently. And
until they reach
65 years old, so it's like 15 years that we're gonna be on the hook for paying that insurance coverage. So what we've talked about is, you know, it doesn't change for any current employee because they're under a certain contract. Now, you know, I'm gonna say 3-4 years ago, it used to be, it was 22 years and it didn't have to be consecutive and all this stuff. Well, we did change that at the time, and it was now, as the policy is right now, you have to work 25 years consecutive with the city of Cherryville to get insurance. So if you leave, if you've got 20 years in and you leave and you come back, guess what? Clock starts over. You got to go 25 consecutive. But what we talked about, if you look at what the state does, what Gaston County does, basically Cleveland County, everybody is, you know, we're not going to see the benefit of it or the potential savings, but with where insurance is going and what we see every year, we have to start looking at 25 years, 30 years down the road. And what we're talking about is potentially limiting that and saying that if you're hired as of July the 1st, 2026, it doesn't matter if you work 30 years. There is no more insurance coverage when you go to retirement. Because we just don't know what it's gonna be. And it's a hard liability to put on the city of Cherryville going forward.
School system's already done that.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know of anybody that hasn't done it.
I mean, that's, in my personal opinion, is we got to do that
Yeah.
immediately, so.
Yeah.
I don't know,
So-
and so I don't know if we make that as part of the budget. I guess that's a policy change or something, but,
Yeah.
but we can look at it at the same time. But I think we gotta do that.
Yeah, I
And that's the
agree.
kind of stuff I wanna look at from top to bottom. Anything that's an optional benefit that we're given that you can't get anywhere else, we need to cut it, because I mean, we can't stay on the hook. I mean, we hired somebody at 20-year-olds tomorrow. They retire at 45. We got 20 years that we're paying their benefits till they get 65. That's crazy. So that's the kind of stuff. So that's more of an operational administrative thing. Now to my wish list, I don't know if y'all brought your own or not, but one is we've got to do something with our welcome to Cherryville signs. They're 26 years old now. A couple of them are, I think, grossly misplaced. You know, the one down at Walmart, or down where the new Waffle House is going to be. That's we're going to have to move that once Waffle House construction starts, I think. But that corner,
we don't have to move that.
well, I know it's not. It doesn't have to be moving. I'm just saying there's, you know, when it was put in 26 years ago, Walmart, nothing else was out there. So that's the first thing you saw coming from Lincoln. Now you come in there and you don't hardly even see the sign. I mean, it's just misplaced because you got so much else going around there. I think it needs to be. I think it needs to be beyond Walmart. I mean, anyway, I think all of our entry signs. One, that's the only one that looks halfway decent, just because the actual sign itself was redone a few years ago. But these other ones that are old, they're 26 years old, they're rotten, they're faded, they look awful. The one down at Moss Meadow has
Rose bushes growing in front of
rose
it. You can't even
bushes,
see
and
the-
cedar
that-
tree in
yeah, I
front of
noticed
it. So, I mean, if we're gonna have welcome to Cherryville signs, they need to look good, they need to stand out, they need to be tastefully done. Anyway, but I'm just saying they all need, and I was part of putting those in 25 years ago. Why in the world we didn't put one on 279 coming from, 274 coming from Kings Mountain?
And
So we have 5 main entry points and we only have 4 welcome to Cherryville signs. So
Only
we
thing
gotta
I-
add one there, so.
You know, the only thing about that is, and the reason I think that might be a possibility why it wasn't put in, you gotta find somewhere that you, first of all, if you don't already own some land, then you gotta go get a right of way from somebody. You gotta get an easement. You gotta get somebody to sell you land.
There's gotta be
That's the
somewhere
only
out there
thing I
that
can
we
think.
So one of my recommendations was too, is that, I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know if we're talking about a couple $1,000s for each sign. And if we're just talking about refurbishing, it shouldn't be that bad. But some of these that we might want to relocate, then you got all the brick and everything. So my suggestion was maybe let's do it over the next 5 years, or next couple years anyway, so we don't absorb it all this year. But put a new, nice, whatever on coming in from Kings Mountain. Whatever we want it to be, however we want it to look, do that one. And maybe we'll do 2 of them this year and do 3 of them next year or something. If we
That
don't
one's
want to
coming
absorb
from
that.
I-85, so it is important, I think.
I'm sorry.
I said that one you're talking about is coming from I-85.
Yeah, so, but again, there are 5 main entry points in the Cherryville on state highways. So I'd like to see, we definitely add one there, but the ones, some of them look horrible, so. I mean,
You
that's
know,
the first
the-
impression.
The one coming in from 150 from Cleveland County, definitely needs to be replaced. 100%.
Right.
We can get that and replaced, no problem. And we've already got the brick there,
Yes.
the column. It's already there. We don't have to spend the money to do that. And that's the biggest part of your expense. You know, we can go to a couple vendors right here in town that we've had make signs at our parks. I'm gonna say typically they're around $1,500 to $2,000 to get those signs made. Not a huge expense.
Yeah. Well,
and then
I
dress
don't know
them
when
up.
this one down at Walmart was
Now,
done.
the one at Walmart now, you're
Is
talking
this-
about probably $15,000 worth of brickwork.
Well, no, all 4 are the same,
Yeah.
exactly the
Yeah.
same, but that one's been, the sign.
Oh, yeah, the sign's
The sign
new.
on the
Yeah,
brick has
it's
been
new.
replaced.
It's
And
new.
it looks pretty decent.
You know, it just needs to be landscaped around it.
Yeah, so-
That one and the one at Carolina Care is newer.
Yeah.
They're the new metal signs.
So maybe we're looking at newer signs on these two,
That one.
and then a totally new one on
Totally
Kingsmill.
new one. That's where you're gonna have your brickwork and stuff like that.
Anyway, so, I mean, that's, I don't know, I don't have numbers, I didn't do research, but I just think we gotta clean those up.
I feel like
And,
we can work that in. We can work that in. I can get a new sign made, you know, and start, and you know, we can go out and landscape it, make it look better, get the light working, stuff like that.
If we've got some of those wooden signs that aren't rotten, I can go out there with oil paint and touch it up, but I won't charge you anything.
I like that.
Yeah. Well,
But,
and that's a good question.
Yeah, if they're not rotten.
Yeah, if they're not rotten.
I was gonna say, the only one I know that's definitely, this one out here is probably rotten, and it needs to be just
Right.
totally scrapped.
One
On
of
150.
One of,
Dallas Cherryville High.
yeah,
Moss.
coming in, it's
Yeah.
rotten.
It's rotten. So those two are still wood and rotten.
Yeah,
So we would need to get those redone,
like the other two.
like the other two,
Right, so,
and then
okay.
do some landscaping
Um,
around them.
The next item would, I just, and it's probably not a lot of money, but, is our recycle center. It looks awful. It's,
That was the one I had too.
I
I
get
don't
more
know.
complaints out of that.
I mean, I
Yeah,
use it
It's bad.
probably once a month. I'll take a load down there, and it's just, I don't know what the answer is, but we need more container space, and I know it's a lot of money, because we end up paying, it's not a true recycle
No,
situation.
it's not recycling.
You know, it's just,
Well,
but to Brian's
we
point,
even
we've
need
talked
it?
about it a lot, is that
Do
if
we
we
even
didn't
need
have a
it?
recycle center, then everybody's gonna be putting that stuff on the side of the road, and Chris's guys are having to pick it up. It's a
It's even
mess. So
worse.
we need to have it, so I'd have another dumpster. I think better signage, better something, I don't know, just, I don't know.
The problem we have, a lot is people put things in there that they shouldn't put in there. So when they come and get the container and empty it, we get hit and have to pay because they put something in there they shouldn't.
So they know, if it's what it should be, they'll take it.
We're good.
And we don't get charged.
Yeah, we're good.
But if there's one thing in there that they see, it's not
But
what
we
it
always
should
get
be,
charged.
they just take it to landfill.
Yeah.
And then we pay their landfill fee, right?
Correct.
Is that kind of what happens?
We get charged regardless for the dumpsters to be picked up each week, but
Yeah.
more if it's contaminated. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, cause they'll take that they won't recycle that, they'll just dump it, right?
They recycle
And then we'll
it,
pay,
They charge extra because they get in there and separate.
they gotta get in there and dig it out.
I know one month, when we looked at the bills, it was like $800 that we got charged because of the contamination that people.
Contaminated
put in.
recyclables, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So, but if you get rid of it altogether, then, like I say, it's gonna be a bigger problem probably, but I don't know.
Put cameras on the containers.
You know, now one thing I always get a little aggravated about when you go out there is the containers, you know, you got a little opening this big and people are out there so they get aggravated because they can't get their box in there. So what do? They just throw it down and say the heck with it. You know, and I know why they do that. They do that to try to prevent the contamination, but
They want you to break your boxes.
yeah, it kind of.
Yeah, but that might be more of an operational thing.
Yeah.
It probably shouldn't be a big number budget, but, the last one is probably would be the biggest expense. And I don't know if Brian's talked to any of you about it, but, with the present renovation of City Hall, and with the police department relocating and the, rescue squad, gyms units relocating to the present police department. I would love to see us, in conjunction with the renovation of City Hall, convert the existing gyms, old fire department bays into a community, city council, public use meeting center and meeting room. And I don't think would be a huge expense because it's other than flooring and doing some stud walls on the sides. That would be the new council chambers, that would be at City Hall. We wouldn't have to relocate to the community building. We wouldn't have to relocate to the fire department for our meetings. But when Jim's moves out, that's gonna be two big empty bays sitting there. So.
It would definitely give us more room. for council chambers.
We could
Well,
go-
I
we
even
could
thought
go
about-
back upstairs like we used to in the
Well,
old days.
we could do that,
Yeah.
but that, and
And-
with an elevator, with the renovation, that's a totally feasible opportunity, but what are we gonna do with the bays there at City Hall, so.
But no matter which one we do, if we go upstairs or we go in the bay, upstairs would have to be renovated too.
Yeah,
I mean, both of
exactly.
them would have to be renovated.
But I just think those bays, and I'm talking about leaving the bays doors and leaving them functional, because I think it'd be wonderful to, I know, next week or so, they're having the, National Day of Prayer, or, you know, community events, and it's a nice day outside, or maybe cherry blossom. We have something going on that's a city-sponsored, whatever, and we raise those doors, and you have a inside, outside community meeting room. And that's gonna go hand in hand. And hand in hand with that is also, above and beyond what the police department's doing at their new location, and with the renovation of City Hall, I would love to see that entire stretch of Mountain Street in front of all of our buildings, in front of the parking lot, be landscaped nicely and appropriately. Chris and the guys got rid of those old trees that were there, and that made it look 100% better, just to get rid of those old trees that were about to fall apart. But I just think with the new fire department, with the new police department, with the expansion and renovation of City Hall, nice landscaping in front, and then at least come up with a plan for the bays, for the old fire department bays. Because I do not want to just sit there a year from now, 2 years from now, and there still be empty bays, or it'd be a collection point like it was a few years ago for whatever. I mean, just stuff.
And I agree with you 100%. Only thing I ask is, first, I did talk to Mr. Hastings the other day, the legislative agenda that we sent. And I talked to Mr. Alexander as well. Both of them are on board, and they're gonna push as hard as they can push, I believe, to get us that $500,000 that we requested to do City Hall. But in my mind, I'm assuming it's not coming. I don't even wanna think about it right now. That's a bonus if it does. But with the renovation of City Hall and what we're trying to do there, I wanna get that done first. That's the only thing I ask, is let's get this done first. You know, what we're planning on doing now with City Hall, the elevator, the floors, the painting, all that stuff.
Which is already, I mean, that's already, that's a done deal.
Yeah, it's done.
So
It's done.
and what's our projection on?
We're probably gonna be, right now, I talked to Beam Construction again on Friday. We're probably gonna be just a little over $1 million with the renovation.
So 1.0 something.
Yeah, it was like 1,032,000 maybe, something like that. That's
And
probably.
we have an 810,000 grant.
We got an $810,000 grant. But like I said, once you get into doing these projects, you know as well as I do, on any project, there's always something comes up. There's always some problem or some issue. I just don't want to overextend ourselves until we get this project done first. Let me get this one done, get this one paid for, and I will figure out how we'll get the money for the bay. I just don't want to go jumping in on both of them at the same time. Because then you got a potential for two things to cause you some extra funds. You know, it's just like, you know, when we built the gym, you know, you don't never know what's gonna happen. You know, they got in there and they hit bad dirt. Well, that cost us, you know, $60,000 that we wasn't expecting. So if we can get this project done first, I'm all for trying to figure out a way to do the bay and way to do the up top. And we might get the 500,000 and it's not a problem. But I just don't wanna do it too quick. That's my only thing.
Well, but again, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly up to council and your individual feelings, and y'all can talk to Bryan about that, but I just don't wanna be sitting there, you know, I mean, to me, it's kinda like, okay, well, because the police department's gonna be ready in July, hopefully. Gyms will be moving out in July.
July or
hopefully.
August.
So we're talking at the first of this budget year that we're gonna have that part of the building's gonna be empty. And for that matter, upstairs, if there's a need and use for upstairs at City Hall, I say let's go ahead and do it.
It's a nice training room up there.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So I don't, and maybe that's the better use of the space, but then what do we do with the fire department bays? But either way, I just hate that we're doing all this stuff and then, but two big parts of that, the fire department bays, the old bays, and then the upstairs is not getting addressed at all, so.
It's just, keep in mind too, Bean Construction has not even started doing any work yet. So we're gonna be, I feel like it'll be at the earliest, the end of the year before the part that we're, the add-on out front, the elevator, the floors, the paint, until all that's complete, we're probably gonna be pushing the end of the year. So I think we have plenty of time to see where we're at, see what happens with the state, and then move forward with, trying to get some prices.
I mean, that's totally fine. I guess I'm probably looking back retroactively to, I don't know why it all wasn't addressed in the proposal to renovate City Hall anyway.
Cause
I
money.
mean,
Money.
well, yeah, but.
It's a good idea to plan. It's a good idea to plan it out.
Yeah, right. So anyway, well, hopefully we can there's a consensus that we look forward to planning it all out versus renovating half of it and leaving it that way.
Yeah.
Multi-use, meeting, event center, something like you're talking about, that sounds
Yeah,
good.
I think, cause right now our present council chambers are
Small.
way too small.
I think it's too small. I agree.
But having council, all staff had to pack everything up, bring it down here, take it to the community building, whereas now it's next door, if we do that. So yeah, that's on my radar.
Can I ask one question about the renovation of City Hall? And you've probably answered this, Bryan, but I had a citizen ask me, what's the configuration gonna be of the, drive-up window?
It's gonna be similar to what it is now, but you know how if you're sitting there and you go to pull off, it's very narrow. And, if it's a larger truck or whatever, and especially some of our older population, we had one just the other day run completely through the curb and into the flower bed. So what's gonna happen is that flower bed is gonna be extended out where people can really drive straight out instead of having to immediately turn to the right.
Right now they have to turn down and we have people hit that.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at that curb,
Turn up into it and then turn out of it.
basically they've tore the curb out for us already.
Yeah.
We don't have to tear it out because they've already done it for the most part.
Is the side door there gonna remain?
Yeah, the drawer?
No, door.
Door,
she
no,
said.
that will be just for employees. That will not be for
But
the
there will
public.
be a door there
There
just
will.
for employees.
There will. The primary entrance for the public will all be from the front.
But as far as the location of the drawer itself is gonna stay. The location of the drawer, somebody said, well,
I think we're gonna try to get a new drawer, but it's gonna stay.
okay, somebody said, well, it was hard for certain people to
And
reach it. I don't know. I don't use it, so I don't know.
The door don't.
it from my van, I can't reach it.
yeah, if you're up high, it's difficult.
Yeah, but that's how it's gonna be.
But as far as the elevation of the building, we can't, there's no
Okay,
way to change.
so the placement of that's gonna remain the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the drive will be.
Will it be wide enough that you could open your door and get out and use that if you could?
Doubt.
Doubt it.
That's the problem with somebody, with the vehicles don't line up, you can't really have enough room to open your door and do anything with it. Or if you drop something, and you have to pull off and then walk back up there.
True.
Okay, that answered my question.
And the last thing I'll mention, and again, in full disclosure, I would like to see the city going back to videoing our own council meetings and all of our meetings. And no offense to Mr. Wise or his network, and he's graciously been our video service for the city over the past year since the decision was made prior not to have the city video in our council meetings. But I just, you know, there may be a time in the future where Wise News can't be at a meeting, and what are we gonna do? And how are we gonna get that information out to our public? I also think with today's technology, and what you can do is it could be, even be a portable type video system that remains in council chambers most of the time, but if there's an event at the police department, or event down here at the fire department, or event somewhere else, that whatever department wants to video their meeting, their occasion, their event, for whatever reason, they can relocate the camera and use it. So I'd just like to see some information about what it might cost to get a, and I'm not talking about a, you know, certainly not what Wise News has a situation, but I know our church put in a static camera in the back of our sanctuary and broadcast on YouTube, and it's very efficient, and it wasn't very, it was very cost effective. It wasn't very expensive. So I think there's got to be some type of system out there that's not going to break the bank, but it gives us full latitude to video our own meetings and have control of the videos of our own meetings. And again, that's no offense to Wise News, but I just think we should determine our own destiny and have our own recordings and our own information in that regard. So I'll leave that out for discussion.
That's fine, it saved us a ton of money.
You can still link to it too.
So, all right, so, and that's it, so. All I have, anybody else have a wish list or a wants or needs, or do we have other considerations today in our budget discussions? Got quiet again. We need a mid-afternoon snack, or are we saying we're almost done?
Well, probably bathroom. But let me say about, as far as the welcome signs, I think we can work that into the current budget and start working on that. So I don't think that's anything we need to like add additional funds or monies. I think we can work that into our current budget and start working on that.
Yeah, and I just threw all that out for consideration. I mean, if staff likes it, runs with it, even the renovation of the city hall, additional stuff, at least, I'd like to at least see a plan for that. You know, if we can't fund it right now, let's fund it later, but at least have a plan. We're working toward that, so. All right, anybody else, council? Mr. Freeman?
Got a couple of things from the Recreation Committee, my liaison to Recreation. Has anything ever done to that old basketball court at Ballard Park?
Well, what we're talking about doing, we've talked about doing a lot of things, but we do have a lot of people going to those games at night. We have parking issues.
Yeah.
So what we did now, we had stopped letting anybody park up near where the batting cages were, because obviously kids were up there and it wasn't very safe. Yeah. So we didn't have any parking. So now what we've done is we've taken the batting cage completely down so we can park some people up there. So we took the batting cages down, and our idea is to potentially move the batting cages to that area where we've already got concrete. We could put the batting cages there.
Softball, baseball could share it there. Yeah.
It's in the middle of both parks. We got turf. We can put the turf down and put the batting cages up there.
Yeah. You sort of addressed my other one. Parking was the other one.
Well, and the other thing we're looking at with parking is we already own the land. We already own the land behind the field, the main Little League baseball field. So what we're going to try to do is see about, it's got a lot of pine trees, so we can have the timber cut, hopefully sell that, have that taken off the price, so to speak. Get all that cleared out and at least make a parking lot from there where you come in off of Pine and Sullivan. So they would utilize that parking lot for the three fields there, and the existing parking lot could be utilized more for the softball fields. So we'd create that parking lot there for the baseball fields, and hopefully, probably what we would look at doing is probably just clear it, gravel it, and then we'd have an asphalt area and probably pour a sidewalk to get to the track and field.
Handicap accessible for a little bit there.
Yeah, if anybody's handicapped and you got a wheelchair or anything like that.
Didn't Patrick O'Leary promise us like $30,000 to help the parking if we let him buy that one house.
I have no idea. I don't
Where are we
know that.
talking about?
Well, he already owned a house at the Ballard Park. And the owner of the second house offered us the house at tax value. And Vicky approached us and said, if you'll let Patrick buy that house, so he'll have both of them, he says he'll donate, I think it was $30,000 to help build parking in that, where the pine trees are.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's for my time.
Yeah. That was a commitment that was made. I don't know if it was in writing or not, but.
Yeah.
We've definitely talked about doing a parking lot there before.
Yeah.
100%.
And like I said, we already own the land. We can sell the timber, get some money there, clear it, gravel it, at least have a parking lot.
Last year, we had somebody complain about handicap accessibility there at the softball field, pool area, and talked about putting a couple handicap spots there in the sidewalk, you know, so they
Well,
could use a wheelchair.
You know, that is an issue, and Chris and I have actually talked about this already. There's handicap spots there, but it's exactly what you're saying. It's not paved. It's not no asphalt, no concrete. So we've talked about at least going in there beside that tree and paving that area where somebody, if they're in a wheelchair, they can roll.
And it'd be great if we talked one time about putting a terrace there so you could roll a wheelchair down there and watch both fields.
Well, and that's definitely something we're gonna look at doing. As you know, we're really managing a lot more with the recreation board and all that, the funds from baseball and softball. And my opinion is, once they get to a certain level, we take that money and we put it back into the facilities. And that was one of the things we talked about, is going in there and leveling that and kind of having that area right there be like a triangle. Pour you concrete, have your picnic tables, whatever, and people can sit there and you can see both fields if it's somebody that needs that.
So we can put that concession money or whatever back into that field rental.
Yep, and we're probably, if we're not already there, we're probably real close to having the money in the account to do that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, tagging on to that, where are we with Perfect Game?
Perfect Game, we need to call, they've had a meeting a few weeks ago, and supposedly they were having a meeting, I think it was last Wednesday, wasn't it? Last Wednesday, they were supposed to be having another meeting with, Dominic, the one that y'all all met. He was supposed to be having a meeting with some of the other ones and making a final determination on whether they're gonna come in here and turf our fields or not. The idea is still, what he wants to do is he wants to go in and do the 3 baseball fields first. And when I say do them first, he wants to turf it all, infield, outfield, everything. That was his plan, is to go in there, turf those, and then come in later, turf the softball fields.
No, I just wondered if we're having time schedule.
Yeah, that's the last conversation. Like I said, he told us he was having that meeting last week, so we need to find out what happened with that and go from there. And his timetable has still been this fall.
Okay, good. Anything else, Mr. Freeman?
No.
Ms. Buick? Anything? Question?
I was just sitting here thinking about what you were talking about up here at the cemetery. Maybe possibly one of the things to do would be to just cement the entire thing, because every time we have something in that park, you can't stand in all that mulch or around, it'd be easy to put the wreaths on stands and have them placed and possibly put big planters out there, because the guys that ride on the gators watering all the pots all up down Main Street could come straight over here and do that, and we'd have beautiful flowering pots right there in the middle of it. What do y'all think?
Well, yeah, I think whatever. I just think it just needs to be dressed up somehow. It just, something needs to be done. It could look better.
It does.
It's easier to maintain.
It looks
We have
bad.
mulch everywhere.
Well, wasn't there some cement benches out there that got destroyed one time or another?
Yeah, we had one that
Weren't
got
some
moved.
cement benches out there that got broken?
We had one that got moved. They took it to Charlotte. The family took it.
Was that the Rosenberg? Was
I
that-
think so.
Yeah, they put some stuff out there. All right, anything else? Jim,
Yeah, we've hit on everything about him here.
John, you have any questions? Janice, anything yet? All right, I don't, my very last comment, I promise.
Okay, let me write this down.
In the full, in total, full disclosure, press and everybody involved, I did ask Bryan to look at, mayor and city council compensation. Honestly, when I was elected, and it wasn't until January that I even knew what the mayor was, the monthly stipend that the mayor got, which is, again, in full disclosure, is, I get $616 a month, and council gets $500 a month, which is $7,400 per year for me as mayor, and $6,000 per year for you as council. I looked at a bunch of other cities. I asked Bryan to look into it, and if we're being compensated fairly, so be it. But if not, then let's look at an adjustment. And I'm talking a 5, 10, 20% adjustment. I'm not talking doubling, tripling anything our salaries. And the main thing that hit me is when I got my first paycheck, and I'm not far off because I found paperwork from 1999 when I first was elected. And in 1999, the total compensation for the mayor and the city council was $25,000. Today, the total compensation for mayor and city council is $31,000. And I know as mayor, we increased it at some point. So I don't think I'm right now being paid much more, if any more, than I was being paid 26 years ago. So that's the only reason I'm asking that. So, all right. So, and he's to report back to me in that regard. So.
Just to give you, I did look at some other municipalities. Well, actually, city managers started sending emails back and forth just the other day. What does your council and mayor make? You know, and I try to compare us to people of like size. Bessemer City, for example, he said theirs is mayor 9,000, city council 7,000. Dallas, mayor was 7,200. City council was 6,000. So
they're right on, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. Belmont is obviously a lot bigger, but their mayor is 15,354. Mayor pro tem is 10,907. Council is 9,800.
We obviously don't do it for the money.
So,
No, and it's absolutely not the money.
but I would say we were a little bit low.
Yeah, so just maybe a 2% cost of living.
While we're talking about salary, did you just give yourself the 2% of cost of living?
Yes.
Don't y'all think we need to look at increasing his salary more? We talked about it before, and he was nowhere close to what Bessemer City or these other towns make. If we're gonna keep him and keep him from retiring too soon, we need to increase it more.
I know, I threatened him the other day. You can't be retiring anytime soon.
I told him, I said, you love your job too much to retire.
Bryan has done a fantastic job, and he
Yeah.
has been able to find more money that has paid for projects in this
Right.
town and not be putting it on the backs of our taxpayers than anybody that I know that's sitting in that seat, for sure.
I agree.
I think we ought to take him up to 120.
I'm actually there. That's where I'm at.
Oh, we're good, man.
Second. Okay, I'll second that.
You got 120 now.
Better yet, let's take him down.
132. 132 then.
Let's reduce it.
I appreciate it. I do.
I thought you were still below 100. I'm sorry.
But let me just say, we've came a long way overall.
Oh, man.
Overall, me, everybody. We've came a long way. Now, are we still somewhat low for what I make or what Dixie makes or police chief, whatever? Yes, we are. But we're not drastically low. It's like I told you earlier, when we get that report, which we'll probably be getting it any time now from the League of Municipalities, it's gonna tell us everybody that participates and, you know, of like size. You know, we can't compare ourselves to Gaston, of course. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. But of like size, you know, at one time, it didn't matter what position you looked at in the city of Cherryville, a town of our size, we were at the bottom.
Yeah.
Period. The bottom.
But 12 years ago, we were in horrible shape,
But-
trying to come out of it.
But
What
now,
what I'm saying is, you wouldn't be out of line by giving yourself a hefty raise in this budget.
I'm gonna let y'all talk about that. But I will say, as a whole, we've come now, when we get that report and I look at any position, we're gonna be in about the mid-range. We're not at the bottom anymore. And the reason that matters is because when we're looking to try to find that police officer or that fireman or that finance director or whoever, we can't compete if we're at the bottom. It's impossible. You know, years ago, we couldn't even get anybody to apply for some jobs. At least now, when we put a job out there, we get multiple applications.
And we'll be in the same shape if you do retire and we have to hire somebody to take the place.
Well, and yeah, it'll be difficult. I mean, because people are, there's a lot of people paying a lot of money for some deal.
And like you say, we can't compete with Gastonia. And to
No.
that point, their mayor makes $24,000 a year.
Yeah,
And their
exactly.
council makes $21,000.
Yeah.
So,
Gaston.
just next time you're at a meeting with them, be sure to bring that up. Okay.
Yeah.
And speaking of, you mentioned, to keep him from retiring, we put a moratorium on retirement, didn't we, Chief Hunsucker?
We did.
Didn't we put a
Well-
I think we did.
I definitely have several more years.
I mean,
Several more years.
7 more.
I don't know about 7.
I think 7 sounds pretty good.
Okay, anything else from staff at all? With
Nothing
that, I'll
further from
entertain a
staff.
motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
Thank everybody.